Hello. Well, I forgot my buttons aren't working. Hi. Hi. Happy Friday, everybody. It's the day. It's here. It's the Tomothon Donothon. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I did a lot of like very last Communite. I did a lot of pretty last minute prep. I did a lot of pretty last minute prep for this, so I'm kind of like anxious right now. But I'm excited. I'm excited. In a few minutes we're gonna hop on call with some friends, or at least I'm gonna open up the Cheesecake Factory break room. You know how it is. And we're gonna hang out with friends. We're gonna hang out with friends. Hi, Shy Butterfly, welcome in. Hi. How are we doing today? How are we doing? Techno. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Techno, for that sweet, sweet $20 towards the Tomo fund. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, we got some fun stuff going on today. The bird, there he is. There he is. Yeah, I appreciate it for being our first donator. Yes, he has such cute rosy cheeks. I really like this picture of him. I really like this picture of him. He's backlit. It's kind of a close-up. You can see the light shining through his beak, the sunlight shining through his beak. Unfortunately, he was molting when I took this, so you can see like the little pin feathers that grew in. Hi everyone! We've got some lovely friends in here today. Jao Ozaki came in and grabbed the first redeem. Hello, Jao. Hi, Jao. We got Jack coming here and gently placed down a lurk. Nice to see you here, Jack. Tofu! Hello, Tofu! Thank you for the Doritos. I would give them to Tomo if, yeah, subsurface scattering. I'd give the Doritos to Tomo if the cheese powder wouldn't be dangerous for him. Don't want to land him in the bed again. Yeah, oh, and Zhao's on a 10 stream streak. That's so lovely of you. Shy Butterfly coming here with a first time chat. Where'd you find my stream? Do I know you? Do I know you from somewhere? I would like to say I recognize your name, but I don't. Hi, Valrith. Yeah, General Techno's here. Electro Royalty is here. So many lovely friends here already. You've been in here before? It said first time chat. Is this like a different account maybe? Perhaps. Oh, Kashara! Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't recognize you. It's like showing up to somebody's party and being like, showing us to somebody's party in like a costume and like a voice changer. A costume and a voice changer and being like, hey, you don't recognize me? Last time I came in here, you were early in the Pokemon Black and White gameplay. Ah, okay. I see you in Chi-Chi streams all the time anyway. I know you. I just didn't recognize the Shy Butterfly name. Sweet. Yeah, I feel like, when did you change that? It must have been like, within the past week. If I steal bird, do I also steal bird debt? I do love my Tomo bird. Unfortunately, I can't let you steal him, Tofu. He's here sitting on my knee. He's chilling. He's having a nice time. Oh, 2 or 3 days ago? Yeah, that makes sense. We've got a new redeem for Tomo. You guys should check it out. You should check it out. I went ahead and zoomed in. Oh yeah, it doesn't work like this. I zoomed in the Tomo cam for this redeem. But we've got some fun, parts of the Donothon that we're doing. Like, fun incentives. First off, every time we hit a milestone of $100, I'm gonna do a raffle. And the raffle will be open to everybody, but people who have donated get an extra ticket. Can get an extra ticket. That reminds me, Techno, I can put your name I can put your name in this list over here. List of people who are funding Tomo's expensive paint eating habit. Oh, hi, Snail! It's nice to see you! Techno, what color do you want? What color do you want for your name? General... Oh, let's get a different, typeface for that. A different font. There we go. Purple works? We love purple. General... Let's make it a little smaller, too, just so we got room for everybody else. There we go. Yay! There it is! Tomo's a bird of the paint-eaten variety. Yeah, so there's a part of the wall that has like a little bit of... We don't know exactly what it was that he ate. He ate something that landed him in the vet. But there's a part of the wall, because there was some renovations done in this room a while ago. There's a little part of the wall that has a little open edge, because the renovations were like crummy or whatever. But it's fine. I like that I live here. I like that I live here. But I noticed Tomo like eating at it, and I thought he was just like picking it apart and spitting the pieces out, as he usually does when he eats something inorganic. I guess he wasn't. And he was really sick a couple weekends ago. It was really stressful, actually. But he's all better now. He's chipper. He's his usual self. So it's all good. It's all good. I feel this cheesecake. My cat recently took a $300 poo that came with a cool cat scan of the inside of cat. Yeah, I got an x-ray of Tomo. I should have asked to, like, take a picture of it or something so I could show you guys. Yeah. Yeah, I had to, let me pull up the bill too, because I can do that. I did take a picture of that. Let's see. There we go. Because I had never been to this emergency vet before. It was a new client consultation. There was the medical exam, like the normal examination. Graham Stain, they took a little swab of his spit, and they took a little swab of his poo. And they, like, looked in it for bacteria. Radiography, that was the kicker. That was the real kicker. They had to take an x-ray of him to know, they said to rule out if any obstructions. It did not rule out obstructions, it confirmed obstructions. And then this is antibiotics to get the icky bacteria out, probiotics to get good bacteria in, and then the special like recovery food that I had to like mix up a little bit of it and syringe feed it to him, which was really difficult actually. But all that came together, and it comes up to a nearly $400, $381.77, plus a little extra for the snacks that I bought to stress eat. You know how it is. You know how it is. He's a bird of the plant-eaten variety. He is. He is also, you know, cockatiels are technically omnivores. I feed him a little bit of chicken now and then. He can have like a little bit of meat just as a treat. We can't let him have dairy though. We have to mix our Chihuahua's pain meds into her food. Yeah. Hi, Neptune. Well, I'm glad your Chihuahua can get some relief from that pain with those meds. My cat regularly licks toilet paper and tissues. It's fun going into the cabinet for a new roll and finding it has a hole licked through it. That's wild. Your cat gets into the cabinet for that? Arthritis in the neck? Oof, that's pretty rough. Animal heads are, like, kind of big. And they're, like, forward. The necks, I imagine necks are pretty important. But yeah. Every time we hit 100, mark of 100 in the Tomothon goal, we're gonna run a raffle. Everybody can enter for a ticket, but people who have donated are able to enter for 2 tickets. Otherwise, she's a dignified old lady. Aw, 12-year-old kitty cat. Dignified old booty. It occurred to me that I don't actually know how to let some people have 2 tickets. Let me make sure. I did the Gales of Nayeli raffle. Oh, they changed it. They changed the UI, I think. Giveaways. We can get rid of that one. And then I have this this wheel that we can spin. These aren't the only like prizes that we can get. We get one of each of these. Lord Cryptid has offered a commission. Art by Chi-Chi has offered a commission. Alec, our friend Shadow Fairy Emmy, has offered a commission. And I can offer a commission too. I can't do too many. Because I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I still have commissions from my stream anniversary Donothon, and I'm not even gonna say when that was. But once we run out of these, if just in case if we end up hitting 500 or 600, I'm gonna start raffling off $15 gift cards to my merch shop. Yay! Also, I forgot to write this down anywhere. Hi Fang! Hi Kaola! I forgot to write this down anywhere. But the highest donator, the highest one person who donates more than $100, I'm gonna draw a little Tomo, do a little Tomo drawing and write a thank you note. I'm gonna write a thank you note with a little Tomo drawing, and I'll mail it to you. Highest donator over 100. It's that. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna put that on the welcome board. I'll put that on the welcome board. That was something I decided and then straight up forgot to put anywhere. Let's see. Highest donator over 100 gets thank you note with Tomo drawing. Thank you, like that. There's not enough room. We can, what? You good? You good, little bird? I must have surprised him with something. Okay, does that fit? No? Highest dono. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now it fits. Like I said, I did a lot of last minute prep. Did a lot of last minute prep for this event. Need to run a new raffle myself amidst all the other stuff I want to draw. Yippee! Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Oh, a 13-year-old Chihuahua. Whoa. That's an old Wawa. We got a puzzle. Let me copy this, bring that over here. Today I had a new, a weird new, like error. Wait, let's just do this one. I had a weird new error. Huh? I was kicked? What the heck? Kicked out of my own puzzle? I can't have two windows of it open? That's wild. Okay. Well, it's fine. I can just have it over here, actually. What was I saying? I was saying something. Let me tell Stream Elements to stop sending that in chat. Just real quick. You know, before I do that, because it's gonna be like 15 minutes before they do it again, let me hop in the Cheese Factory break room. Or Cheese Factory... Yeah, the Cheesecake Factory. Where's the Cheesecake Factory? There it is. Yay! Any Cheesecake Factory workers are free to join. All is open. Yay! So we'll have some guests popping in now. Yay, 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 yay! Oh, but you know what? I wanted to have the puzzle pulled up like that. It's okay. Oh, I went to the Cheesecake Factory yesterday and I did get cheesecake and I did get a photo. Neptune, we have to see. It's a real shame that we're getting it now instead of yesterday. But that's fine. That's okay. It's okay. So how are you guys doing? You're busy yesterday? That's fine, I guess. Little bird. Little bird's got a lot to say. He's all the way up here. Kaza! Kaza, thank you so much. That does help a lot. That helps a ton. I really appreciate... Wait, what do you mean? I thought that said 15! Guys, I thought that said 15! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Kaza! Wow! You know what that gets you, right? That makes you the highest donator over 100. And that gets you a handwritten thank you note with a little Tomo drawing on it, mailed to your house. As long as nobody outbids you. I could put your name on the little bar on the side here. Wait, I don't know if he's even here. Tomo Bird? Yes, Tomo's streaming too. He has a lot to say. Yeah, that's incredible. That's so cool of him. Kaza's so nice. Wow. Oh. I just realized I don't have an audio capture for Discord yet. So let me do that. Electro's here. Electro showed up, but you guys can't hear them yet. Application. Discord, audio. Wait. I don't need to make a new one for that. I can just... Wait, no, I do. Application, audio, Discord, audio. Yeah.
Everyone follow Cheesecake. Everyone follow Cheesecake. Do it now. now, do it now, do it now. Bye. I'm already following Cake. Bye.
Bye! Well, SPJ's gone. Wait, if they're listening to my stream, they would already be following me, right? I could.
Well, maybe
Hi,
people are just
Kaza.
passing by.
Yeah, I did say a handwritten thank you card. That's... Foogie didn't come up either. Wait a second. There was a bunch.
I'm just too small to be seen.
There was a bunch of stuff that just wasn't working before stream for some reason. Come here, Tomo. He's antsy for some reason. He's like, you guys are raising money for me? It will all go to the seed fund. Yeah, it's Letro! Yeah, Jack, I did say a handwritten thank you card, so whoever outbids Kaza. Oh my god, that means that we also... Wait, have we hit 200 yet? I'm trying to do like 7 things at once, it's okay. Why does Kofi not tell me the number amount instead of the percent amount? Percentage amount. Okay.
It's evil.
So I need to get Electro's Fugi. I'll do that first. Then I have to add up what's been donated so far. I'll do that second. And then I have to run the raffle. I'll do that third. And then I have to tell Stream Elements to stop sending that message in chat. I'll do that fourth. Man, all this stuff suddenly just queued up, huh? Okay, let's get Foogies. Yeah, it's true. Oh, there you are. Let's put you behind there. There we go. Look at you, little friend. This is little friend. Okay, that first.
On my
Yay!
phone.
On your little phone. Hi,
My
Tomo.
little phone that is the size of me.
So small. That reminds me of a webtoon. There's a webtoon called My Miniature Life Manual, and it's on hiatus, and it's been on hiatus for like 2 years. I just want to know what happens. But it's about a guy who got turned little, pretty much. Kaza, I can put your name on the donator list. What color do you want to be? I'm assuming purple? You can be purple there with Techno? Okay, let's see. I'm gonna tell Stream Elements. Hi, Omelet! Turns you little! I'm already little. Hello, what's up? Come here, little bird. What? What, little bird? Here, you wanna go on this perch? There you go. Roya's here! Yes, Roya's here! How dare you assume my favorite color? Purple, please. Of course. Thank you for funding Tomo's expensive paint eating habit. Thank you again, so much. Kaza, did you hear the thing that you get for being the highest donator over $100? That's 150 from Q. It's 170 total. Okay. I did, but that's if. Yeah, if nobody outbids ya. Okay. Yeah! I wanna... Okay, let's do that. Let's put it right there. Just so that we know who is the highest donor over $100. Yay! Okay. Stream Elements. Thank you for the sponsorship. Please stop sending that message in my chat. After this, we're gonna run that raffle, okay? We're gonna spin the wheel to see whose art is getting commissioned or is getting raffled off, and then yeah. And then we'll raffle it. Okay. Disable. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Stream Elements. Okay, check out this cool wheel. Check out this cool wheel. We're gonna spin this wheel, and we're gonna see which thing gets raffled off.
Don't mind that.
Oh, that's me.
That's you.
That's me. You guys should also check the redeems. There's a new redeem. It's a new redeem. Somebody coming to watch someone coming a couple hours later like, oh yeah, I'm busting it down. Thank you, Jack. Paola has redeemed a Seeds treat for Tomo.
Oh wow.
Yeah, look at me go.
You're really going.
Yeah. I added it when we got to Driftvale City in Pokemon. But check it out. You want seeds? You want seeds, Tomo Board? Booty treat. No Buzzbot. You want seeds, Tomo Board? Here, let's get you a little bit of seeds. Just a little bit. Yeah, you have to go in your cage to get it. Come here. Let me help you. There you go. And you guys get to watch Tomo enjoy Seed Treat. Yay! And now I'm Kitty Cat. And now there's a jump scare. It was for 5 minutes at one point. It was, Roy. It was. Yay! You get to watch Tomo enjoy Seed Treat. Yay! Yeah, let me make it even bigger. How you doing, Electra? I feel like I've been hectic. I feel like I've been hectic so far.
I'm doing okay. I'm having fun with the puzzle.
Yay! Puzzle is fun. It's a cute birdie art.
Big fan of Cute Bird.
I'm also a big fan of Cute Bird. And I'm glad that you guys are also a big fan of Cute Bird. There you go. Yippee! Tofu!
Wow.
Wait, Tofu donated? Yay! Thank you for donating, Tofu! Bro needs to chill a bit.
Nice.
Thank you so much for the $7. What? You want your name on the thing? You want your name on the board, Tofu? Tofu? A little bit, because I got my own expensive cat poop. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. What color you want? What color you want? Yellow or orange? Yay! Okay. Let's go. Let's see how yellow looks against this background. Tofu, Coco. Wow. I wrote Tofu anyway. I just got Tomo on the brain. Tofu, Coco. Yay! Thank you for donating! Yorange. So yeah, let's go ahead and spin that wheel, huh? Oh, he's loving that Seeds treat. He's loving it. You're right, Kaza. Gender non-specific bro does need to chill a bit. I'm doing alright. Hi, little robot. I'm gonna be honest, I was like really nervous about this stream for some reason. We are donating to Tomo today. Yes, he ate he ate paint off the wall, and the vet was like, he's got some stuff in his tummy, and Tomo was like, ooh, I'm so sick, I'm so tired, I'm gonna puke, I'm gonna have tummy ache.
Silly bird.
So I had to. At first, it cost me like $400, and then for like 3 or 4 days afterwards, I had to wrap him up in a little bird burrito and force feed him food and medicine. Ugh. But we made it through. And look at this happy, healthy little guy enjoying his seeds. Maybe we can raise that a little bit so that you can actually see him a little better. Whoops, sorry. There you go.
We're so good at puzzle, you guys.
You guys are knocking out the puzzle already? You're doing good. You got the whole, like the whole edge done. Why did my webcam arm have to explode? We're fine.
Oh no.
Little man! Burrito, like the Fakey Monday crew. Yeah, we're lamb burrito. Yeah, I did have to wrap Tomo up in a little towel burrito. Hi Leo, welcome in. We're about to see whose art gets raffled off first. Okay, you guys ready? You guys ready?
Yes.
I was about to write add entry. Go. Alec art! Yay! That's our friend Shadow Fairy Yami. Yippee! So we get to, yeah, remove that one for now. Do you like how the wheel is Tomo colored? And thank you for the crawlers, Leo. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah. So Alec is offering, let's see. This is his commission info. He's offering, let me double check what exactly he said. See, he's like, it's a winner's choice of either a flat colored chibi full body, a non-chibi full body, or a custom design in either style. So he's the chibis. I do like Alec's chibi style a lot. Look how cute that is. Look how cute. What? Go back? And then there's the non-chibi commissions. Yeah! It's good stuff, it's good stuff. For the raffle, everybody who enters gets a ticket. But people who have donated, the people who are on that little board over there, they get an extra ticket. I still have to figure out how to do that, but we're gonna do it. Yeah, Alec art is so nice! It's so nice, so nice. I'm crashing out. Some moron decided to crash on I-35, so now all that traffic is concentrated entirely on a 2-lane road. Oh no! I hope you can get to your con before I don't know, you miss opening ceremony or whatever panels you wanted to go to or whatnot, what have you. I like going to cons. I like just running around the artist alley all day.
I miss going to cons. I want to go to another one.
Me too. It's been a while. So yeah. Last call for those who want an extra ticket. You can donate, but we'll be doing more raffles later too. Let's see. Exclamation mark. I'm missing the opening. It's at 3. Woof. I don't know what time it is, or what your time zone is, but woof. Traffic sucks. And I know that's like the driest, coldest take ever, but now that I'm driving, like now that I've got my driver's license, it's true. I truly understand the pain. Alec art. Yay! Exclamation mark Alec art. Anyone can participate. Is there a way to give extra tickets? Let's see. I have no idea. You just have to make a ticket twice? Could just put people in twice? We could do this a different way. Instead of doing it through Moobot, I could just write you guys down in a list, a numbered list. I could write you guys down in a numbered list, and whoever wants a extra ticket, I can write down a second time. Oh, you got any fidget today? What is it, Roy? Because like, if somebody tries to enter twice, it's not gonna let you. Music group tier, like it's not. Okay, so we're not gonna do it through Moobot. We're not gonna do it through Moobot. Well, hi, Bach! Welcome in! Wow, that surprised me so much that my VTuber tracking stopped for some reason.
You got so spooked.
Yeah! Oh, and those cheap plastic beaded necklaces. Good clicking sound. Oh, that does sound nice. That does sound nice. Person 2. But, like... It has to function... Why does my tracking keep stalking? Huh? It has to functionally work for the raffle like that, you know? I can't just do it too. Okay. Let me open a note. Let me open a note and we can do it that way. Actually, can I do this through like a sheet? Let's see. I wrote sheeps. Sheeps with a T. Oh, there's Battle Royale going.
Will I survive this time? I don't think I've ever survived one.
I'm sure you have. What do you mean sign in? Am I not signed into like 5 different Google accounts? Okay. Okay, we have a Google sheet. Can we turn this column into like a numbered list? Like quickly somehow. We can do it by doing this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We're gonna go up to 20. 17, 18, oh, 19, 20. Oh my goodness! Nate! Nate, thank you so much for
That's so nice.
the extra 20. That's so cool of you. OMG, epic bug. Rats, I don't have you on my overlay today. Hi, Nate! You want me to put you on the little donors later? Donators list? Don ya later. Little donators list on the side. Let's see. Let's see. You're gonna want green, right? Thank you so much for that. It's another 7 and another 20. Okay, we're at 197. I've been lurking a lot, but I gotta support the friendos and little Tomo. No need to add me though, but I appreciate you right on. Thank you, Nady. Thank you. I appreciate you too. Nady's so appreciable. I wonder if he ever hears me like talk about him like, I wonder when he's gonna come stream again. While he's lurking. Guys, Natty Cake's literally like my inspiration, okay? Like the first pixel art Twitch person that I saw ever. And I immediately loved his stream. And it was so fun. And now he's taking big breaks so that he can do a big boy job. But that's okay. That's okay. He'll be back soon, TM. I love that. Thank you again so much. No, you're too kind. You're too kind. Do I have a command for you? No, I don't. Here, I can throw your blue sky in chat. I need you guys to be ready for Nady to come back. I can't tell you when. I don't know if anybody can. But you need to see his pixel art and you need to watch his stream. When he does come back.
Tim's problem was eating paint.
Yes, he ate some of the paint on the wall.
Right. Yep, which can be poisonous.
Yep, and he had tummy problem. He had tummy problem for a while. But he's better now.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
There's another streamer who actually makes paint, and so it's a running joke in the chat to eat paint.
What streamer?
Paint, the bot says, no, don't eat paint. It's real spicy.
Spicy paint. Okay, okay. What song is this? It sounds like it's from Wizard 101. It is from Starship. It's Starship Mario from Super Mario Galaxy 2. Rev Spicy. Okay, rad. Sweet. Okay.
Yep, so we've sent Tomo there to learn not to eat paint.
Exactly. We have to send him to don't eat paint school. Okay. We're gonna do the raffle now. Everybody type in chat. Like, it doesn't have to be a command this time, but I do want it to be clear. Send your favorite number in chat. And don't explain why. If you want to enter the raffle. And if you are one of the fun little names on the side, then I'll add you twice.
I love numbers.
Got Neptune, Evo. Is it? Down. There we go. Kaza. Raspel. Wait! There's somebody I didn't add. No, never mind. I did add Tofu. Okay. Kaza. Yeah, again. The Kaula. And Lord Cryptid. And back. Oh, there's no underscore. Yeah, that's it. Any more entries? Any more? Who wants join? Who wants art from our friend Alec? Yeah, cool, epic, non-chibi art. Or you can get... Why is Toy House like this? A cool, epic chibi art. Really flat colored, but these are what the examples are like. Yeah. My favorite number is the phone number of John Pork, who just texted me. Oh no, I can't wait for that meme to go away. It's really unsettling for some reason. Yeah, stay in paint, don't eat school. Tomo's still at it. He's still at the he's still picking at those seeds. I didn't think I added that much.
He's having a tasty old time.
He is just having a tasty little time. Okay. I think we're ready to run the raffle. not the buffering emote right behind my head as I was trying to find that word. Okay. We are gonna run 1 through 7. 1 through 7. And the winner is gonna You're gonna get a free commission! Ooh, let me get a random number. Yeah, there we go. Random.org. Get 1 through, we're gonna type it, 7. You guys see it on the side there? Generate. Boop. It's 3. That is Kaza! Yay! Wait, you wanted in on raffle? Oh my god. I missed your message. Okay, so this is flawed. He did say 6, 7. I think that's a ban, not a raffle entry. What's the thing? What's the thing? They do this.
I worked summer camp this year.
Uh-huh.
Unfortunately, I know all about it.
You know all about it. What do we do about this? Do we run it back? Do we add tofu and run it back? I vote that you eat it. Tofu also gets 2 tickets. I vote that you eat it. Did we need to explicitly enter raffles? Yeah. Can always wait for the next one. You could replace me with tofu? No. Okay. Is okay with you, Kaza? I gotta give some sort of compensation or something. I'll not comment since I won and am biased. Kaza, I'm gonna give you a a gift card for my merch shop as an apology for this, but we're gonna run it back. We're gonna run it back. I'm gonna send that to you right now. That was gonna be one of the extra prizes once we run out of commissions. But I'm gonna send that to Kaza right now. 2 tickets for the next raffle? We could do that. I kind of don't want to be in. Oh, that's alright. There we go. Okay. Okay, we figured it out. Yeah, Kaza may win again. Okay. There you go. Kaza, I sent you a code. And you can use that in my my merch store to get $15 off. Sorry about the confusion. We've got new numbers. This time, tofu's included twice. And you don't need to be sorry at all, Tofu. This is all on me. This is 100% on me. I was the one who missed your message. And Neptune was taken out. It's okay.
You got too many people wanting to chat with you.
It's true. It's true. My brain is too full of hanging out with everybody. But I'm gonna pay attention. I'm gonna pay better attention. I'm gonna pay better attention. Is there anybody who who's not listed here? Who wanted to be in? I'm gonna give it a few seconds. Just to make sure. We got, just checking, we got Electro, we got Neptune, we got Kaza, we got Kaola, we got Leo, we got Bach, we got Tofu. Yeah, I changed the RNG, I changed the RNG. I keep forgetting to turn that up. Hi, Frisbee! Hey, do you want in on this raffle? We're raffling off a commission, free commission from Shadow Fairy Yami. Free flat color chibi or full body. Here, I'll pull this up. 3:08 a.m. Okay. Blood and crispy too.
I love commissions. I wish I could commission more of my friends.
It's
I want all
true.
of them to draw all of my characters.
A lot of artists are open for art trades. Are open to art trades. So you can consider that too. Because you do a good art too.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. We're good this time. We're good this time. We're gonna run the raffle. I've never done art trades. Art trades are fun. Hi, we're raffling off your commission right now. Do you want a ticket, Alec? Just kidding.
I've only ever done art fight
Oh yeah.
as an art trade.
Yeah, art fight's fun. Okay. We're gonna try again. Oh hi, I work here. Okay, generate. Oh my god, we got 3. Okay, so Kaza won anyway. We're good. You guys saw me hit the button, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kinda? Kaza was just destined to win.
Yeah, he was just destined to win. Most of the arts I've gotten is from art fight and raffles I've won. Yeah! Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
I have these little
All of
goobers that
that.
live in my brain, and I want to do more with them, but I don't.
Yeah.
The thing I want to do with them is I want to write a little book, because they were originally going to be like book characters, but I don't know how to write a book.
I get
I
you.
just know how to rattle around little goobers in my brain.
You just gotta play more D&D. That's how you get that out. That way somebody else gets to write the book for you, and you just get to pipe up whenever you feel is appropriate.
But the characters are humans,
Yeah, you can play humans in D&D.
and their story is just about going to therapy.
That's fair, that's fair. Alright, you got I don't know why I'm asking who got what. Alec, could you get in contact with Kaza? Yippee! I have seen for more raffles. Message me deets in Discord. Yeah! Yeah. Alec will be in touch. I feel like it turned out okay in the end anyway.
Did you already send Kaza the gift card?
Yes. But it's compensation for the confusion. For me messing up. I did still mess up. So it's okay, it's okay.
You're such a silly goose.
I'm such a silly goose. What did you mess up? I accidentally ran the raffle before everybody was in. And Kaza won, and I was like, shoot, what do I do about this? It's not fair to the person that I didn't, include. If I... Oh! Fuck, thank you! Oh my goodness! What color do you want your name to be on the little board? 10 beautiful dollars.
That's so many
Same
dollars.
yellows on Twitch.
What's that?
The same yellow color.
The same yellow color? Oh, there it is. Bright yellow. It's not gonna show up very well against this background. You sure? Can make it a little darker, maybe?
On in green.
Green?
Yep.
Green is also a lovely color.
Green is a lovely color. I do like that color.
You
Fuck.
say as your entire stream is green.
Yep! Yay!
My fiance only has one shade of yellow that's like his yellow.
Oh yeah?
So He's got it on his watch. He's got it on a sweater. He's got it on his hat.
I love that, actually. Wait, did we unlock a second? We did unlock a second raffle. You're right, Techno. What? We have an ad that's gonna start in about a minute. We'll run the raffle after the ad. But before the ad hits, we're gonna spin this wheel to see who's next. Me! You guys get a whoever wins this raffle gets a cheesecake. Gets a chibi art from me. Yay!
Well, I hope I get it. I love your art.
Yay! I love you.
Love you too.
I don't know how to finish that. A drawing of a cheesecake slice. Yeah, Sound, you can enter. Hi, welcome in, Sound. That is, let's see, get another +10. This is already going so well. I really appreciate you guys. I'll go in on this one. Yay! So to clarify what's going on, there's an ad starting, I guess. Every 100 we get, I run a raffle, and we'll raffle off what do you call it? A commission. The one person who donates, once we run out of people to commission, if we get more than like 500 or whatever, we'll do merch gift cards. And once we run out of those, it's probably game keys. But yeah, highest donator of 100 or more, in fact more than 150 now, is gonna get a handwritten note mailed to them. A handwritten thank you with a little drawing of Tomo. Oh yeah, thank you, Techno. Oh my god, that's probably gonna help a lot. Oh, Wheel of Names. That's literally what I'm using for the for this right here. I don't have a favorite number, legally cannot enter. Oh, it's okay, Snail. Okay, we're gonna do a new one. I want a different color scheme. Make it pastel. Freedom! Oh my god, you're back from ads already? Oh, I'm Fire Emblem mode. Hi, Ethereal, welcome in! Hi, Lady Ace! It is a nice color. I do really like it's 100% my favorite kind of pink is just a very light red. I can't believe you turned pastel into a wheel. It does end up looking kind of fleshy. You know what I mean?
Well, who doesn't love flesh?
I like flesh. You found somebody with a nice pixel avatar, Bach?
I don't know, your identification.
Oh yeah, that's from The Blind Archer. The Blind Archer made this for me as a birthday gift a couple years ago.
It looks like something by The Blind Archer.
Well, I took a sip of water.
Sippy sippy.
He really does do his pixels really well. That man does a good pixel. Hydrate! I just sipped! I'll do it again. Everybody sip!
I just sipped.
We have to do it again! Kaola redeemed it.
If I sip too much, I'm gonna explode.
Oh no! Overhydration. But welcome back from ads, everybody! We're back! We're back! It looks like the puzzle's going along.
Yeah!
It is time for raffle number 2. If you have donated, we're raffling off a chibi commission from me. Let me pull up. Where's my example? I have an example somewhere. somewhere around here. I know I have like the file. Ethereal! Oh my god! We get to run another raffle immediately after this. Oh, that's so
This
sick!
is amazing. You're gonna be out of prizes so soon.
I'm gonna be out. I won't be all out of prizes. I'll have prizes still, but I wasn't expecting for. Oh, what's that, Bach?
Already hit the next 100 for the next raffle. Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. I wasn't expecting all that to happen in like before 2 hours of the stream is over.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Thank you so much, Ethereal. You're so kind. We do love cheesecake and Tomo in this chat. I feel so loved. And I feel you guys' love for Tomo.
Smooch on the head.
Ah. Regarding prizes, see my other message? Will do. Give me just a moment. I gotta find the, where's that little nightshade drawing? Oh, it's gonna be on my blue sky, I think. I need to find an example. It's gonna be a little bit back, but... Huh, there's a different nightshade. Nyum. Uh-huh. Nyum. We'll get there. Hey, wait, there was you. There's cute Electro fairy.
I love my little fairy design.
I like it too. I gotta get back to the fairyfication.
Of being a fairy. Because I'm gay.
OMG, it's true. It's here somewhere. There's citrus. There it is. Yay! This is my example for a chibi art of Nightshade. Or for a chibi art commission in general. This one happens to be of the Transformer Nightshade.
No, anybody who wants to commission you just gets Nightshade. You got no choice.
No, I have to mail them my Nightshade figure. Oh, sweet. Techno has also offered a commission. Go ahead and send me an example, Techno. I know you have my art, but you did say a sketch. You have the one that you sent me for my Fugi, but I did say a sketch. We're gonna Tomothon wheel. Wait, that's all different. There we go. Yeah, Techno has offered a chibi sketch. Yippee!
Yahoo!
Okay. Where's me? There it is. Yeah, so anybody who wants to win a chibi art commission from me, go ahead and say holler in chat, in caps, all caps, say holler. Go ahead and holler. Or you can say yole, yole.
Yole, yole, yole.
Okay, save this wheel. New wheel. We've got people who have donated. Get one extra ticket. One extra ticket. Oh, mihoi hoi. And let me add you in Ethereal. I'm assuming you want Screaming Goose Blue. Yay! Would you holler for a dollar? Would you holla for a dollar? That's kind of what I'm doing, right? Okay. We got Buck Addict. Whoa, with the big A. There we go. We got Lady Ace 25. We got Fang. VT. We got Sound. Ninja. 95. Yeah, just scream into the void for me. We got Lord. Cryptid. We got Cancel. Snail. We got General. Techno. Tenko. Hi, Boxy! Do you want in on this,
Boxy,
Oh, we got Kaula.
Boxy's a streamer now.
Yeah, Boxy's a streamer now! Holla! Electro! Okay, okay. I gotta make sure to get the extra. Ethereal, is that you hollering? Holler! Okay, now we get extra for people who have donated. Cause I didn't enter this one. Did Tofu enter? Tofu! Are you entering? There we go. I won't miss you. I won't miss you twice. Tofu, Coco. Yeah, you gotta holler in chat. Holler whatever way you feel appropriate. And another. Okay. Okay. We got Boxty. People who have donated get an extra ticket. One extra. Got to Boxty Arts. I gotta make it to Boxy stream more often. For real. Okay. I'm gonna give it a couple minutes. Is there anybody who wants to join that I haven't gotten yet? Let's sort this alphabetically. Yeah. Boxty. I've become a chicken. Buck. You played Silk Song and Red last stream? Oh, that sounds so fun. I like doing like story time streams, like read-alongs. We got Snail, we got Electro, we got Ethereal twice. We got Fang, we got Techno, we got Lady Ace, we got Leo, we got Sound Ninja, we got Kaola, we got Tofu Coco. Crispy! I'm glad I asked. We all read the game dialogue as I kept crashing out about almost dying. Oh, I see. I see, it's a little bit different than a storytime stream, huh? Seeds treat for Tomo. Hi, Hecho. Saludos. Hey, do you want a entry into a raffle for a chibi commission from me? Just kind of like something like that. Up, little bird. There we go. You want more seeds? More seeds treat? Here comes. Just a few. Just a few. You wanna? Little bird! He's like, but I just had Seed Street. What do I need to do? Just holler in chat. Holler in chat for it. Say holler really loud. Or say yolehi, yolehi, yolehi.
I have a little goat thing that sings that.
Really?
Yes.
Goats are cute.
And it goes on for a long time.
You'll have to send me a video. That sounds adorable. Mama say, Mama
I can't remember if I still
say.
have it in my room or if it's in the basement.
Okay. Hecho. In Mexico. It's me. I'm a little goat thing that sings. It's true. I haven't heard Fang sing. That would be so cute. Sound of music. Goat. What's that?
We gotta do a little ghost town sing along night.
That would be really fun. The issue is, like, you try to do karaoke over Discord, it's gonna be like, it's gonna have latency.
Yeah, it's gonna be evil.
It's gonna be evil with latency. Yeah. Look at that little cockatiel scream! What? Little cockatiel emote! Look at you hollering. Okay, last call before I run the raffle. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Let's see who wins. We're gonna run another one like immediately afterwards too. It's for Lady Ace. Look at you. Woohoo!
That was close.
Yeah, it was like right in between Lady Ace and Hecho. You're right, Techno. The wheel is a lot more exciting than the random number. I'll just close those tabs. Yeah, that's so exciting! Sweet! Yeah, make sure, let me write me a note. A note. Let's see, what day is it? It's Friday.
Yes.
/ to do message Lady Ace GB commission. Yay! The real awesome thing is you're almost at target already. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Damsel! Happy birthday for subscribing to me. Thank you very much because you could have watched for free. Please enjoy the emotes and watching without ads. Thank you for supporting me. I'm glad we could be friends. Yay! Thanks for subscribing. Almost at Target. I thought we were going to McDonald's. On my own Wheel of Fortune software, the RNG output is calculated first, then the wheel is all fancy visuals eased down to that value. Interesting. Okay. We've got our Tomothon wheel. It's between these three options for our next. So the way this works, just to remind people who are maybe forgot or who are just coming in. You know, I forget all the time. Every time we hit a goal of 100, each 100 that we hit, in fact, let me, whoop, another 100 on there from lovely Ethereal. We run a raffle to, for these commissions, these lovely commissions. We raffled off one from Shadow Fairy Amy, that's Alec, and we raffled off one from me. And now we've got one from Lord Cryptid, one from Art by Chi-Chi, and one from General Techno that we can do. But we're going to let fate decide which. We are technically letting the Donothon go past 400, and we'll keep raffling off prizes after that. Well, what happened to our face? We'll keep raffling off prizes after that. Hi, I'm Alec. Oh, and the highest donator, over $100, which now that's over 150, because Kaza donated 150. The highest donator gets a handwritten handwritten note. A handwritten thank you note with a drawing of Tomo on it. You have a new emote! I would love to see it, damsel. Let me change this real quick so that it says 150. Right now, Kaza is the king. That's so silly. I love that actually. Tomo's like, time to run. I'm running. Whoa, that one. Last night's stream was fun. What were you doing? Okay, we're gonna run this. Ready, go. Barbie rating stream. You did a Barbie rating stream? That's great. Leo art! Yay!
Woo!
Guys,
Leo art.
Leo's art is so good. I have where is it? This one. This is the example that Leo provided. Leo is offering a fully rendered character piece with a background.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Which is absolutely incredible. Yeah, look at you go. Yeah! I do want to say that it is very, very exciting to win a fully rendered piece from Lord Cryptid. But it's also exciting to buy commissions. Leo's fully rendered. Leo's commissions are open right now, and from what I understand, they're in a little bit of a tough spot too right now. So if anybody wanted to, where's that link? If anybody wanted to throw them some commissions, it would be super epic, and you would get some amazing art out of it. So let me send in that Ko-fi link. There we go. I don't know. You might get lucky and win one, but you could also buy one. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get that raffle started. Okay, no, we're good. I thought I just, well, shoot. Okay, no, it's fine. Damsel can't press hydrate. Okay, let me take sippy. I'll do it anyway. Once we enter a raffle, is that our tickets used up? Nope. You get to enter in as many as you want. Okay. So let's save this one again. And then we do a new one. Big stretchies. Oh, big stretchy. There's so many people I want to commission, but I don't have an income right now. Yeah, that's fair. I obviously don't mean people who can't do it. Okay, so we got Allie and Beatrice and Charles. You guys wanna just kidding. Those are just the example words. Example names. Okay. For a Leo art. Let's see. Streaming to the max. Oh, Presmo's
so
here. It's
My
okay.
Ads.
Holler. I want to be in it. I'm trying to think of what kind of. We'll just holler for it again. Yodelay-hee-hoo. Okay. We're gonna holler again. If you want to be in the raffle, if you want to win a incredible rendered art from Lord Cryptid, amazing artist, then say holler in chat or give your best yodel. I will say I think we can only have one winner per raffle. Okay, let's see. We've got Tofu Coco said faller. Prithvi said I want to be in it. You guys are pulling out all of your cockatiel emotes. Or at least Techo is.
I wish I had cockatiel emotes.
You can type You could do the better TTV ones.
I'm on my phone.
Electro royalty. Dibsy, you might get lucky and win it.
Ah, there's a bird VTuber.
Birdtuber. Is it a
no.
cockatiel VTuber? Let's see. Shadow, Fairy, Emmy, Presmo P555. We got Hecho.
Yep, I've got cockatiel emotes.
That's so nice. Hecho says, holla holla, make a dollar. Yeah, we're making a dollar today.
I'm making so many dollars.
Damsel heart. Yole-ee-hoo. Oh, Box says, I'm reading out his chat message of him yodeling. Even though he's literally in the call right now. Ole, ole, ole. No, I'm not gonna do the whole thing. There we go, we'll add you in. We got Prithvi in there. The Kaola. I don't know why we're yodeling for it, but I think it's silly.
Just for fun.
Let's see. I can't believe Automod tried to silence Box Beautiful Yodel. Really? That's crazy. Well, night, Prithvi. If you win, I'll message you tomorrow morning. Like, don't even worry. I'll let you sleep. This is my cocktail emote. I think it would be funny if I had like a Yasify redeem. I think that'd be silly.
Okay, you can grab a few loot emotes and a screen.
Ooh.
On Roro's FFC. Ah, sorry.
From where?
Rorodoro, who keeps birds, has added a few of their birds as FFC emotes.
Oh! Oh, I don't have Franker faces.
Yeah.
Oh, but I see they're so cute!
I think you can just make BTTV show them.
Oh, really? Oh, it's
Yeah,
true, it's true.
I only have FFC installed, and I can make them fish up for me.
I think I have FFZ installed for the pronouns thing.
Is it? So I just have BTTV and the pronouns extension itself.
It didn't work in OBS. For
Right.
the chat in OBS. So I had to install Franker Faces there.
OBS test.
Let's see. Okay, Caspico.
crazy.
Caspico. Is that you hollering? Hi, Caspi! You want in? You want in on the raffle for a fully rendered piece from Leo? We're here for the whimsy, woohoo! One thing. You've been Presmop this whole time? You've been Presmop this whole time and I've just been saying Presmo? Maybe in my head I'm thinking Prismo from Adventure Time. Guys, no money? It's a raffle! It's a raffle, Casby! You don't have to donate to enter the raffle. You just have to holler. You simply have to holler.
You have to scream your little lungs out.
Ah! I'll take that as a entry. Okay. Man, I wish I could enter too. I love Leo's art. Best Swedish goat impersonation? That's Sans.
I hate to break it
Never
to you, I
mind.
don't think Sans is a Swedish goat.
Maybe in another life. Holler. Anybody who's donated, however, like General Techno, gets 2 tickets. A Holland goat? Is there anybody I missed? Is there anybody I missed? Let me add box. Second one. Techno's second one. Let's see. Tofu. Did I miss anybody? Did anybody else want a shot at this? We go by first person pronoun Sans uses in Japanese. He's an old farmer living out in the countryside. Oh, yippee! That's really silly. I love that. Maybe he is more goat-like than we think. The little list on the side. Is anybody missing? Who wants to be in? It's free! We're gonna be able to take a breather after this. It's been like, whoa!
The birds are done, now we just need the background.
Yeah, the birds get to rest for a sec. Wait, are you drawing? Is that what you're saying?
No, the puzzle.
The puzzle! Oh, the puzzle! You're right! These cutie little birds. That art is by Mish. cookiedubs.bluesky.social. Look at all these fantastic birds. Willow ptarmigan. Damsel, somebody literally made that joke in my stream a little while ago, and I just didn't read it off. But it's funny because you did it. These sweet birds. My brother called me an attack helicopter once. Excellent. I feel like that's like a mostly universal, like millennial Gen Z trans experience. Anybody? Anybody? We're gonna run it. Not excellent. Yeah, you're right. It is not excellent. But at least it's excellent that we can relate to each other on it.
I'm so excited. I will want to win. I want to win.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yippee! Oh, you might win. It might happen.
I could.
Okay, okay. We're gonna run it. Ready, set, woo! Let's see. OMG! OMG! Yay! It goes to Alec!
Yahoo! Yahoo!
Yeah, there goes Germa.
Gave away a commission and gets back a commission.
Exactly! It's like a kind of a roundabout art trade. Yippee!
Ooh,
Sweet! So,
congrats.
yeah, congrats, Alec! Well, num 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 num. Thank you, sound. There's already a bird in here. There's already a bird in the puzzle. Electra, I like how it looks like I'm chewing on your hand.
No, my hand.
Num.
I
Yum.
often get chewed on, actually. It's not new. I
Yeah, Leo.
I like that we're fiddling around together with the little puzzle. We're dancing.
Oh yeah, the puzzle's super fun. Yeah, Leo, if you need help finding Alex Discord, then let me know, I'll hook you up. Electro 2 toy.
I don't know why everybody likes biting me.
You finally found the last edge piece? Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, maybe you're just tasty.
I was wondering where that edge piece was.
I love biting, munch, crunch. I gotta run to the gym, so catch you later. Yay! This was really fun. We have two more commissions we can raffle off too. One by Art by Chi Chi. A chibi commission from Art by Chi Chi. And we have a chibi sketch from General Techno.
I hang out with Chi the other day and it was lovely.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and change this to be we'll run one at 450 and one at one at 350 and one at 450. Sorry. One at 350 and one at 400. Why is my tracking keep going out? I have no idea. Maybe it's a lighting thing. Change the lighting a little bit. Hi, Archer! Yeah, wee art. I'm gonna attempt to co-work art, but we'll see how well my tablet works.
Wee.
Yay! Let's see. It was... Let's see, Alec won the Leo art. Who was it? Who won the art from me? Lady Ace. Lady Ace won the art from me. Who was it that won the Alec art? I don't remember. You know what? I haven't been drinking energy drink juice today. That's probably why my brain is so extra slow today.
Kaza win the
Oh yeah, you're right. It was Kaza.
Yeah.
I'm screeching very loudly. This is text to speech, so I won't be able to type. But now that I'm in spirit, entering both raffles for the art by Chi Chi and Techno. Okay, noted. I can't do that for everybody, but I'll do it for Leo because he's contributing to the prizes. So, a Cybertruck, dude. There's like a bright orange Cybertruck in my area somewhere, and it's like, okay.
I went to the doctor's today, and there was a black matte Cybertruck parked in the accessible spot without a pass.
Great. That's real charming.
Yep.
That sucks. Yeah, ad break. I also saw a bright orange Cybertruck and I hate it. It's so gaudy. It looks so ugly.
They're stinky.
Even just to say hi, however, let's go now! Bye, Caspi! Maybe it's not nighttime for Caspi, I don't know. See you around, it was lovely to see you today! Yippee! What do you guys think of the little Tomo gif I put on my stream?
I love little Tomo. I love little Tomo forever.
I made him a little griffin. I drew him the way that he actually looks in real life in the fairy world, which is a little griffin.
He's so mythical.
Yeah, he's a mythical little Tomo bird. Sound! Yippee! Thank you so much for the extra 10 buckaroonies. Thank you, damsel, for the redeem. I can put your name on the donators list. What color you want, friend? We have every color. Every color possible. However, if you make one that's too close to the background color, it won't show up. Purple! Purple's popular. Popular. Sound. Let's do this. And here. Thank you for supporting Tomo's expensive paint eating habit. Everyone talks about the fairy world, but what about the fairy world? What is that, Venice? Yippee! Super fun, super fun. You guys are making good progress on the
puzzle.
Yeah, the puzzle too. if anybody wants to join in on the puzzle, you just gotta do !puzzle and you'll get the link. God, it is Venice. Also, Vancouver Island, the Couve. I don't know what Vancouver Island is. I've never been there.
It's an island in Vancouver.
That makes sense. Bucket, paintbrush, bird party. That's how you get there, is through a ferry.
I know it exists. I've never been there, but I know it is real.
I like Mackinac City. It's a little place in Michigan, up at the tip of the mitten, in between the two peninsulas. Damsel! Thank you so much, my lady. Thank you, my lady, for the 25. That's so sweet of you.
85% of the goal and not even 2 hours into stream. Oh my goodness.
You guys are so sweet. You guys are so sweet.
Everyone gets 2 extra little kisses on the head.
Yeah. Here, in fact, let me pick up the stream avatars. I get you. I get you. I get you. There's too many. I get you. I get you. I get you. And you. I'm trying to accidentally pick up myself for the bit, but I keep picking up other people. It's fine.
Well, you deserve a kiss too.
I want head kisses. There you go, damsel. I love this little art. This cute little birdie drawing. It's so sweet. I have two more pictures lined up for puzzles too. Yay! Wow. Yeah, Mackinac City is really nice. It's like a little touristy, but it's just like a nice little historical town. I don't know. I used to try to go there every summer, make a trip up there, but I didn't do it when COVID happened, and I haven't done it since. I can also contribute art for the puzzles. Woohoo! These are I'm doing specifically cockatiel art because this is Tomo Day, of course. Wow, I'll have to do something for his birthday, sometime soon, or this year, next year. It's in May. His hatch day is in May.
Oh, what day?
May 6th. I don't know exactly what it was, but I got him 6 months after he hatched in May.
That's 10 days.
So I've just decided.
Birthday. Or before.
Whose birthday?
My partner's birthday.
Yay!
My fella.
Your fella. Did you get Tomo a car to drive? Well, he's not 16 yet, unfortunately. And he doesn't need to drive, he can fly.
Sometimes flying gets tiring.
I guess so. And he also can't fly around this area because there's hawks.
I saw a red-tailed hawk in my tree, my neighbor's tree, the other day.
Ooh.
I was like, that's a big-ass bird.
Yeah, you guys.
Pardon my language.
You guys don't want to see
Very
the Fey hawks, though. Very big stinking bird.
They're stinky?
I mean, a lot of wild animals are. That's just the way it is. Let's see. Well, yeah, there's a hawk right here. We got sound alerts. I've seen some birds really have fun with appropriately sized RC cars for them. Wait, that sounds so silly. Tomo would hate it. Excuse me. Yeah, Tomo would hate that. He would be like, what is that object? He would be like, did you just bring an object into my presence? What do you mean you want me to step into the object? And then once once he's like accustomed to the object, I'm gonna be like, okay, sit in here, and he'll be like, okay, I'll sit in here, and then I'll turn it on and start moving it, and he'll go, ah! And he'll fly off anyway. No RC car for Tomo. He's too much of a scaredy bird. Nature sniffer, it's true. Fey hawks? Yeah, they're... I'm not gonna say it. I know what you're trying to make me do, damsel. Yeah, hawks eat raw meat and don't wash afterwards. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if they did wash up afterwards. You know? Hee hee haw. He's so silly. Gray fox? Is that a reference? Well, no, that doesn't go there. Does that go there? We do have rotating on for these. They'd preen for sure afterwards, but I don't think they'd have a nice soapy bath. Yeah, not soapy for sure. I mean, like birds, they wash in water. Metal Gear character, but hearing Fey Hawks. Oh, Gray Fox. Hearing Fey Hawks gave you that same vibe for some reason. Here's my Metal Gear OC. It's... Wait a second. Hold on. Metal Gear Gray Fox. Okay. We'll go back to have the browser back in this. The puzzle back in that browser. We're gonna take this image. We're gonna make Fey Hawks. Finally, a weapon to surpass metal cheese. And we're gonna do it in paint.net because I don't feel like opening a... what do you call it? Clip Studio Paint. And I'm also not gonna use my tablet for it. There we go. Whoa. Wait. Ugh, I hate this program, but it's okay. We're gonna find a picture. Cheddar gear. We're gonna find a picture. Fairy world. Fantasy art. Find one that's not AI.
Unfortunately, that is very difficult because sniffle, sniffle.
Yeah. Here, we'll take this one. I don't know what artist made this. But it doesn't look to be AI. It looks photo-bashed more than everything else. Photo-bashed and painting. We're gonna take that. There's so much AI stuff out there that other AIs are choking on it. Well, I wish it would happen faster.
Ooh.
Okay. Make him bigger. I'm ready for the demise of AI one day. One day. We need this to fit the whole canvas too. Guta. Yeah, it'll get there someday. The hawk wing. There we go. Why wait? Grab a really big safety pin and start poking. Oh boy. I didn't realize it didn't have a transparent background. I love this. We're gonna... Perfect. Here, I'm gonna screen share OBS so that you guys can see what's happening in real time. Friends in chat. That's not a knife, this is a knife! There we go.
Ooh.
Stream paused? What? It pauses it when we not swapped to it? Here, to conserve resources. Earlier my PC blue screened for some reason. So now I'm a little antsy.
Oh dear.
So maybe I shouldn't screen share. Watch out, she's got a nose! I think this guy needs 2 eyes. I know it looks like 3. Wait. Yeah. But we can just, where's the blur tool? We can just paint over it. How did I— Cheesecake, the moon fae. How did I get here? We love an Asdf movie reference on a Friday afternoon. Okay, let me merge this down. And then we're gonna do a... you can't do a clipping mask in this program, that's fine. Never mind, we're gonna do it like this. Adjustments. Hue saturation. Make him really purple. Oh. There we go. We did it. We made Feyhawks. Hawks? Plural? Hey, Hawk. This is the stuff of Lisa Frank's heart and soul. Gray Fox. Oh, that's what his name was. Nice Fey Hawks. Is this what you were picturing, Archer? Oh, you're right. Huh? Where's my tool? Deselect. This program's a nightmare. Never use paint.net in your life. Yeah, there we go. Better. It's better than what you're imagining. He's got hawk wings. They should put this in the game. That's not a sword, actually. That's a magic wand.
That's certainly something.
Sparkles, transparent. It's not transparent. That's okay, we get to work with it anyway. What am I, a quitter? It's perfect. Yeah, it's transparent. Transparent. It's his magic fairy wand. It's perfect. It's perfect. Maybe someday. I'm rooting for you, damsel.
One of my partners is going on a date tonight, and I'm so
exciting.
excited for them.
That sounds fun. One of my D&D characters was gonna go on a date, and then her date died. But that's okay.
That's so unfortunate.
It is so unfortunate. We tried to resurrect him, and he was like, no. It was comfy being dead.
Just said no.
Yeah, he
Jeez,
just
guy.
said no. I can't bring him back. And we ended up doing some sort of like weird ritual for one of the other characters' religions that means his whole body is gone and everything. Yeah, he didn't want to live. He said life is too painful. When we tried to cast Speak with Dead, because we were gonna get his consent first before we brought him back, because he was like, ugh, it's too sad. It's too sad. With Speak with Dead, like, because casting resurrection magic is kind of expensive, and they can just deny it. So we cast Speak with Dead first, and he was like, no. It was like, dang. Now my character is burdened by regrets. Oh, what's my hand doing?
It.
Huh?
We did it! We did the puzzle!
You did the puzzle!
Yeah!
Yay! Congrats,
Hey.
puzzle! Congrats, puzzle! Yippee! Look at those cute birdies!
If anyone didn't know, I am Worm,
Worm.
because I got that as a random username one time when I was on here as a guest, and then I decided to make an account so I could be Worm all the time.
That's fantastic, actually. You cute little birdies! I don't know why my arms are bugging out. That's okay, that's okay.
You're getting so wiggly.
I'm so wiggly. It means that my hand tracking is picking up some sort of hands in the background that aren't mine.
Oh, you got ghosts. That's your issue.
It must be ghosts. It must be ghosts. Oh, someone put a piece in the bottom right corner far from the puzzle. What the heck? We got goofs. We got goofs and jokes.
A prankster.
A prankster? You sweet little birdies. Now that we've got a puzzle done, I'm gonna remind you guys what this event is all about. We're raising money because Tomo decided to eat some wall paint. He decided to eat some wall paint, and that meant a stressful weekend and a big medical bill. A big vet bill. I had to feed him medicine. I had to stir up a food slurry to syringe feed him because he wouldn't eat otherwise. Yeah, he ate the crunchy wall popcorn. Hydrate and stretch, thank you, damsel.
Ooh, let me take a sippy.
And so we're raising money to make that expense back up. Well, let me snooze out the ad. I can get another puzzle started before we go on BRB. Will you be able to reach the money if it's raised too much? I don't know, Presmop. That's difficult, huh?
They're only so tall.
Maybe we could lower it a little bit. I don't know. We've already raised so much. We've had some wonderful donors. Oh my God, damsel! I didn't add your name onto the side. What color do you want?
Did damsel want purple?
Damsel said purple. Purple's so popular. Popular
Damsel
even.
always wants purple.
I was about to write purple. Damsel.
Hear that, damsel?
Right.
That's your new name.
Yeah, Tomo's doing much better now. He's doing much better. He's doing better enough to be mischievous. A lavender? There's always a lavender. Oh, that's too lavender. Let's edit it. Make it less lavender.
Do you want to hear about my bird story?
Yeah, let's do that.
So,
A little darker.
Yesterday, I didn't want to go to the gym, and my partner also didn't want to go to the gym.
Yay! There we
So
go.
we decided instead we were gonna take a nice walk, and I was like, oh, why don't we take a walk down to the Goose Park,
Goose
which
Park.
is a little park near us that's always full of geese. And so we were planning on doing that.
Yeah.
And then we had to stop at the grocery store, and I was like, oh my gosh, we should get a bag of frozen peas for the geese.
Wah.
So we did, and then we went to the Goose Park, and there were so many. I was surrounded. There were hundreds.
That's a lot of geese.
It was stunning.
Hundreds of geese. There we go. Private.
Hundreds of geese. A lot of them looked like they wanted to eat out of my hand. And I wanted to let them eat out of my hand, but I know they have to.
Yeah. There we go. New cute cockatiel puzzle. That's really silly. How long are you gonna still be on? Probably another couple hours. I've got 2 more puzzles lined up, and then, I don't know, we could just find more, like, bird images or cockatiel images after that if we still run out of puzzles. Let's see. There we go. New bird puzzle. Let me grab the link so that you guys can have it. I'll just launch that in chat, and you guys can hop right in, and then I'll fix the command for it. Puzzle, puzzle, puzzle. And this art is by Brush Feather. This wonderful artist. The other one that we have is also by Brush Feather. The other next one. Yay, yay, yay! Link is in chat. The command should be working. Yippee! I'm glad you guys have been enjoying puzzles. Nice puzzle time.
Always love puzzles.
Okay. Yeah. So every 100 that we raise, which we've already raised 300, and in fact our next one will be at 350, and then 400, because we've had another person offer commissions. For everyone, we get to raffle off a commission, which is super exciting. Everybody's already been so generous. Like, I would be happy even with just this amount, but we're almost there. We have two more people who are offering commissions that we can raffle off, which is so exciting. Also, the highest donator, over 150 now, which is currently Kaza Raspel. The highest donator gets a handwritten thank you note with a little drawing of Tomo mailed to your house, which I think is super sweet. It's super sweet. So yeah, I'd say it is time for a little breaky break. Let's have a little break, a little 10-minute break. I'm gonna make sure the puzzle's open over on the other tab.
Right, go get a snack.
Yeah, get me a snack. Get you a snack. Have something to sippy.
I can bring you a snack.
You're gonna bring me a snack?
Yeah, I'll drive over to your house. I'll be there in like half an hour.
You guys can you guys can enjoy the little cockatiel memes in the meantime. Hi, Aid! You caught us right before a break. You can enjoy the cockatiel memes in the meantime. Are they going too fast? No, I think they're fine. I think they're fine. You guys can enjoy the cockatiel memes. Did I not press studio mode? You guys straight up didn't hear me for a second. Don't worry about it. We're gonna have a BRB. Not me briefly breaking the overlay by accident. It's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna get up and stretch. Do what I need to do. Oh, that's a good stretch. Okay.
When you're back.
We're gonna run a 3-minute ad while we're gone. Yeah, I accidentally switched to the wrong scene without pressing studio mode. You can enjoy Puzzle while we're gone. You can yap with Electro and Bach while we're gone. It's fun. I'll be back. I'll see you guys soon. Swoop. Swoop.
Hot flavor.
I'm back. Hello. Whoa, I forgot it doesn't work. There we go. Hello. Were you guys enjoying the bird memes while I was gone? I do love that Chicken Thoughts comic maker. That person who makes comics who is called Chicken Thoughts. Silly little cockatiel behaviors. The true real life of cockatiels. Hi, back, I'm front, I'm G. Well, you hit me with the you blew it, even though you were the one that made the bad joke? What? Just, yeah, grab that and back down to the side. There we go. You see me wrestling with the boogies. I mean, innocent little baby. You're just a silly little cutie pie. You're invited to the Cheesecake Factory call, by the way, damsel, if you would like. If you would like. What if I do this? Oh, right. I don't know what. OMG, it's Faye Hawks, I forgot. May I join? Yeah, you're a Ghost Town Council goober. If you have access to the channel, you don't even need to ask.
Yep, coming in.
Yeah! I don't bite, I don't think Bach bites. I don't think so.
Ooh.
Hi, Jack! Hi!
It feels impolite doing without knocking.
That's fair, that's fair. Oh, the flower! Wait!
Oh, what?
The flower is too cute! Can I steal this person's emotes? Can I steal them and keep them for myself? Too cute! How you doing, Jack?
I'm doing alright. How are you doing, Cheese? How's stream going?
Pretty good, pretty good. Oh, my glasses are on. Hi, Cygnus! My glasses are on and the fairy lights are on. How sweet.
Sup?
Sup? What you
What
doing?
you doing?
Where you at?
Where you at?
And a hydrate. Wow, just all the redeems, huh? You guys should find the new redeem. The new redeem. It's available right now. Thank you for the glasses. And for the sippy. And the stretch. Take care of yourself. It's true. I must take care of myself. Yeah, Seed's treat for Tomo. He just like walked off of my shoulder and onto the foraging tray. But we're not doing foraging tray right now. We got Seed's treat.
Hey, man.
Tomo.
Baby.
We got
Little
Seed's treat.
Man. Little baby, man.
He's perked up. He's like, what are you doing? Baby man.
Don't pee on the floor. Use the
Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit. He's crazy about these things. KT garden veggie treat. He's like, hello, can I have? Give me. What, you want help getting there or no? Come on. He's like, I'm at my foraging tray. Give them to me there, stinker. Here you go. You see him?
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Boyo. There's probably a bunch of like seed holes in there, and he's gonna find them. I think I've accepted the sad fact I won't reach the Autumn Fairy Court. Oh no! It does take like just about a whole month worth of watching. Oh, and I was also on hiatus. A brief hiatus. Okay, what was I doing? We're checking out the other puzzle. There we go. Shaboop.
If I redeem it, can Damsel have the Noble of the Autumn Court?
No.
Oh,
For some redeems, I'll be like, sure, but not for that.
trying to cheat the system.
Yeah, I respect it, honestly. As a fae, it's like, hmm? Props for that. Ooh, pretty moon. Putting together the pretty moon. Oh wait, Electro had to go, but they would have loved this one. Yeah, it's such a pretty little image. Pretty little bird image, bird drawing. This is by, whoop.
Oh, that is pretty.
This is by, there we go, Brush Feather. I'll throw you guys this Linktree link. They got a blue sky too. You're a pretty little image. Yo, you're a pretty little image. I mean, and you're a pretty little image. Jack voice. Yeah, we get to hear Jack voice.
Jump scare.
Jump scare, Jack voice, jump scare. He talks?
Only sometimes.
I like doing the puzzles with having the little preview up. Like, I'm the type of puzzle doer to be staring at the top of the box. Doesn't sound like he's eating corn chips right now. Is that a reference?
I don't know. It's like yeah.
That's so silly. That's so silly. As far as I was aware, Oswald was just a really cool bot. He's a person?
I question it myself sometimes.
So goofy, so goofy. Oh, this one's gonna be over here. Yeah! What a satisfying feeling. Little smug,
Rosenberg? Yeah.
Yeah. Sir Frozenberg. Let's see. Maybe over here a little bit. Wow. This is really, like, interesting setup. The original image was quite a bit larger, but I was like, puzzle is better with less empty space. Because then there's a lot less guessing going on. At least I prefer it that way. Is this perhaps... Oh, did I not set this one with rotating pieces? Oh. I did that by mistake. That's okay though. There's certain properties which make images good for puzzles. Yeah, I agree. Having too much, like, open space is like, at least personally, I know there's people who do, like, 1,000-piece puzzle and they're all the same color. that crazy kind of thing.
I think my cousin got one that was like literally a clear puzzle. Like there was no
Whoa.
picture or color to it at all. It was like clear plastic or something.
That is crazy. That's wild. Let me see if I can. Oh, there it is. Get the last left edge piece. Yay! Perhaps down here. Oh, that's exactly where that goes, actually. Sweet. The right kind of cloudy weather makes for a good puzzle photo. Oh, interesting. Interesting. You? Yeah. Perhaps. When I'm doing this like puzzle game with other people, sometimes I worry that I'm like messing with people's like organization that they've got going on. Ooh. But I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure whoever would be organizing things understands that there's gonna be some other people moving around if you're doing a cooperative puzzle. That's... Here? We all are messing with each other's organization. Okay, sweet. I think perhaps coming to peace with a cooperative puzzle is part of growing. How do I change my... There's a way to change... If you're a user, you can change your mouse cursor somehow. But I forgot. I forgot how to do it.
A for gore.
Me forgot. Collective organizing. Yeah, that's one way to do it. With the hammer emoji. Making peace with a puzzle. Archer. Yes. Making peace with it. Curse hurt, but she's so nice. Curse booty. Oh, curse her.
Booty.
Curse booty. No. Ooh, we're getting the moon piece in. Gotta get that, whoop. There we go. Get out everything from underneath it. Ooh, little wind chime. Little wind chime! Little wind chime! Puzzles are exciting. Out here casting the curse of Hank Hill on us, not the curse booty. What a ridiculous image. That Hank Hill booty. I feel like I would enjoy watching King of the Hill, but I feel like it's also that kind of show where it's like I'm only gonna ever watch it if like someone in my family's watching it and I walk in. Yeah, it's a joke from the show. I've seen the screenshot. Hi, Stone. Woohoo! Stone's joining. I feel like King of the Hill is the kind of show that I would only ever watch if like someone in my family's watching and I walk in and I'm like, huh, this is
Yeah.
great, and then I never go to watch it on my own. It's just that kind of vibe. This one? Yeah. Yeah. I've seen every episode twice. You would love it. Oh, the trash lid thing on the wind chime? Oh, I see. Yes, Snail, Hank Hill Booty. There's some sort of joke in the show that he's got, like, just a horrendously low percentage of butt. Negative? Yeah. I mean, you could look it up. I won't pull it up on stream, but there's like a frame from the show. Deflated. It's like shrunk. It's like shrunk looking. Let's see. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to see if it could go in that spot, but it wasn't. Not doing that on the family computer. That's fair, that's fair. Lol booty, yes Buzzbot! You're actually right this time! You're actually right this time! Shrunk is my favorite DreamWorks character. Shrunk is my favorite Animal Crossing character. DreamWorks. Shrunk. Cheeky clock is right twice a day. Well, there we go. We've had the 2 times a day that this cheeky clock has been right. That's incredible. Oh, hello, Fayhawks. Oh, Stone.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Damsel. Stone, what do you think of Fayhawks? What was I about to look up? DreamWorks. Shrunk. I did it with an M. I'm not finding anything. Who is Shrunk? Who is Shrunk? Everybody must get Scrunk.
Get 50.
There's a Germa reference. He was playing some kind of game, I don't know what it was, but there's like a cheats menu and it said everybody must get shrunk. And he clicked it and he's like, everybody must get scrunk, what does this mean? And then everybody shrunk, and then he was like, why is everybody small? What's going on? What does this do? And he checked it and he's like, oh, shrunk. Goober man. Silly little goober man.
I gotta head off. Gonna go bouldering with a friend.
Oh, that sounds so fun! Let us know how it goes, and send me any cool pictures you might get.
Be back in 2 hours or so, I think.
Sweet!
Alright, have fun.
Thanks for hanging out, Bog! You've helped make this— oh, he's gone. But he has not helped make this event special. Yay!
The event's always special with you.
Aw, shucks. I did a lot of— oof, I'm being loved. I did a lot of last minute planning into this event because I didn't realize just how well my meds were working until I was off of them.
Oh, yeah.
So
That's usually how that goes.
I was kind of like stressing putting all this together, but it's okay. It's okay. I made sure there wasn't a lot that was too much going on, you know what I mean? We got the raffles. We got just hanging out with friends. That's all we need, those two things, right? Hi, Jayden Stitch. Thank you, Isaac.
Isaac.
Hi, Isaac.
Isaac jump scare?
Isaac jump scare?
Basic jump scare. I'll spin forever.
I don't think Isaac could jump scare me. I think he's too sweet and gentle.
Isaac,
is,
you
Isaac's
gotta
cool.
step up your game.
That wasn't a challenge.
It's
Yeah. Get scary with it.
Get scary with it. I guess Halloween's never over in our hearts.
No.
Oh, hi, Pluto! Isaac jump scares is a Scooby-Doo jump scare. Zoinks!
Please.
Oh, I think the like lovely orange color that they've got like around the moon. I think that's very nice.
I think you're a lovely orange color. I don't know what that means.
I thought you were gonna say I think you're very nice.
Yeah, I was
But you know what,
thinking-
damsel? I think you're very nice.
Oh, shucks.
By the way, chat, how's the audio of our friends? Now that I'm not using desktop audio, everything is terrifying me, and I don't know if anything is working.
Poor Isaac.
I've actually scared my mom many times before because she doesn't notice when I walk into a room, so oftentimes I have to make my presence known to just not scare her because I apparently walk too quietly. I think walking quietly is a good thing. If you ever have to, like, be a ninja or a rogue of some sort.
You know, sometimes you have to be ninja.
Yeah.
You just have to be sneaky like it. Oh. Okay, they're saying that we're a little quiet.
A little quiet? Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
You want me to start yelling?
Okay, try again.
like, turn off the notification sounds, please.
Let me... I'm gonna add a gain filter. I have to add a gain filter on, like, everything. Okay, damsel, tell me a story.
Once upon a time, the end. One about the time there was this really cool like doll like rabbit like fairy person, and just like and they were just like sitting on like a little mushroom next to a pond, but because it was a pond, to them it was like the size of a Great Lake, and they were
Wow.
just like sitting there, eating,
Nom nom
and they
nom.
just had a good time with a little bird, and they're friends,
Ah!
and that's it.
That's a very good story, and it helped a lot. It helped a lot. Damsel sounds more audible now.
Yay.
Booty sounds more audible. No booty noises.
Sounds.
No. Yeah, okay. So we've adjusted Damsel and Jack. Or I've adjusted the Discord audio source. Jack, tell me a story.
Once upon a time, there was the cutest but stinkiest bird that the world had ever seen. And one day, he's out and he's like, you know what? I'm feeling a little peckish. Get it, bird? And so
Peckish.
he goes traveling and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna run to the store and grab a bag of chips. So he hops into the store, he walks down the aisle, and he picks out a bag of chips he likes and looks at the price and realizes, oh man, I'm a bird. I don't have a wallet. So he skedaddles out of there, and on
Did he
his
take
way
the
out,
chips?
he realizes that the wall paint is chipping a little, and he says, "Well, chip's a chip," and he goes to town. And poor dear Cheese was a little worried and got him scoped out. And so you, dear audience, okay, no, I'm done. If you want to help our dear Cheese, afford the chip budget.
Yeah.
You have to believe. I believe in Tinkerbell. I believe.
He eated so many chips that the store called and was like, cheesecake, your son eated so many chips, you need to pay for all of them. And I'm like, $400?
That's what happened, exactly.
That's exactly what
just like
happened.
that.
Going too hard on the Doritos and Cheetos and Fritos and
Tostinos.
Yeah. He stole some pizza rolls while he was at it.
Wouldn't you?
I mean,
Theft bird.
yeah, if I was a bird, yeah. I guess you
Yeah,
don't have to be a
yeah.
bird in order to steal things. Thanks, guys, you really helped me out. I know what to do now.
And on that day, little Cheesecake learned to steal.
Yeah, I'm gonna message you guys later, or I'm gonna message the Discord later, and I'd be like, at announcements, so funny story, guys. I didn't take a picture from the inside of a cop car.
Yeah, I got in trouble.
I got in trouble.
Someone help me, please.
New fundraiser. You guys are gonna bail me out, right?
Jeez, no.
Cheesecake's bail.
Yeah. I'm enjoying this. This is good.
Yeah, I'm also enjoying this. You guys are so silly. Oh, look at this pretty bird crest. Ah, cockatiels are so cute.
You're cuter.
Oh, what? You okay?
What?
I'm not even gonna believe that one. I'm not even gonna entertain that one. There's no way I'm cuter than Tomo. Have you seen him?
Okay.
Oh.
Maybe not to. Oh, you're getting hey there.
Ooh. Bun Bun Dango. What a cute name.
Bundango.
Bun Bun Dango. Ah! Welcome in. Hi.
Pasta raid.
Pasta raid.
What an pasta.
It's lovely to meet you. Bun Bun. Wait, you know Bun Bun Dango? Let me shout you out.
Hi, new people.
Bun Bun Dango.
Let's be friends.
There we go. Everybody hit the little heart at the top of chat to give Bun Bun Dango a big thank you for raiding in today. This is a new friend. New friend for me.
New friend.
New friend. Welcome in also. Gekka no Minamo. Gekka no Minamo. Does that mean something? Gekka no Minamo? It seems like it might mean something. We recognize each other, you and Archer? That's so exciting. Ah, water's surface in the moonlight. That's so beautiful. Hi. Hi, I'm Crystal Cheesecake. You can call me Cheesecake. I use they, them, or am air pronouns. I like to draw. I like to do character art and pixel art. We like indie games, retro games, and I was about to say VTuber games. Nintendo games. We've invaded each other before. Rad. Yeah, I do like pixel art. Thank you for the follow. We're creeping up on 1050. Oh my god, we already passed 1050. We're at 1053. Rad.
Let's go, Cheesecake.
I'm so touched. But yeah, how are you guys doing today? What were you up to? Today we're running a oh, where did my tracking go? We're running a fundraiser event. Games to be played on a VTuber. I don't know why my tracking keeps going away. That's fine. We're doing a fundraiser event. What? Hello? My bird. You see the one in that little camera right there? Oh, no, he's not in the little camera anymore. But he's that cute little griffin. That cute little griffin that ate paint. Because he ate paint, I had to take him to the emergency vet and had a very stressful and expensive weekend. Oh, seeds treat for Tomo? Okay, so he's going back to that little spot on the camera. You guys are spoiling him today. He's like, ooh, more seeds treat. More seeds,
And
Pete.
we need to make sure that he never eats paint again.
You guys are spoiling him. Whoops. There you go. So we're doing a little Tomothon Donothon to help me with those vet expenses because I was already kind of doing rough, but you know, with the help of you all, it's almost all back, which is so nice. It's such a relief. Every $100 we raise, which we've already done 3 of those. We get to run a raffle because we have some friends who have offered to do some commissions, some free commissions for the people who want to be part of this raffle. Thank you. Oh my katakana. I don't know katakana.
Oh.
I see Zumo. I'm not good at katakana, but thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. I appreciate. Yay! Now we're at 347. I've actually decided that at 350 and 400, we're gonna do another, or we're gonna do a raffle on those points each. Because I love seeing. Oh! That's 350. That's 350.
Oh, how cool.
Thank you so much, Bun Bun Dongo. That's so sweet of you. Now we're at 352. Oh, that was Presma. Oh, sweet. Oh, is that Purezumopu? Yeah, we get to run a raffle now. That's so rad. That's so rad, actually.
Yay. Thank you, kind people.
Yes, thank you so much, kind people. Let me get the Tomothon wheel back here. We've got our puzzle back behind our head. If you want to participate in the puzzle, it is a lovely little communal puzzle game that you can do. We have 2 options still available. Well, as I run out the door, you must see Bun's art. Oh, yeah. Feel free to throw a link in chat to whatever art you want to share, Bun. What a cute name. What a cute name. It's lovely to meet you. It's gonna delete the link, but I promise you I will still have it. I will still get the link.
Yeah, let's go turkey break.
Turkey break. Ooh, let's go, Roy.
I was on turkey break as of yesterday.
Oh, nice. Upload imagery real quick. Woohoo! We have a chibi commission available from Art by Chi-Chi. I love Chi-Chi. We have
Chi-Chi's
a
great.
chibi sketch commission available from General Techno. Techno's also fantastic. One of my Transformers friends. It was his birthday a little while ago too. But we're gonna spin this little wheel. There was more on there before. But we raffled off 3 other commissions, which is so exciting. So yeah, we're gonna run, go. Oh,
Let's go, gamer.
Oh! Looks like it's landing on Techno. Woohoo!
Woo,
Techno. Let me see if I can. Let me see if he has a.
No.
Oh, what do you call it?
Hi,
Oh.
Lady Ace. Welcome back.
There's the link. Okay, I've got it, Bun. Let me see if he has an example. He said a chibi sketch commission. Ah. There they are. Okay. Okay, this is from Bun. From Bun Dongo. Sorry, I also should have warned you that you would be in jail for 20 seconds. But oh my god!
Whoops. Ooh.
Hello?
That's so
What in
fire.
the world?
This is
That's a
incredible,
Waffle House.
wait!
Oh my god.
This is so dynamic! You can't do
I
the
like
time,
the
don't do the
outfits.
crime. I'm
The
so
outfits are
sorry.
amazing.
Yeah, look at these incredible outfits. Little cute pirate versus cute ninja scene at a Waffle House.
Oh, I'm into this. I'm into that.
Can't do the crime, don't do the time. Exactly, exactly. No, this is so sick, actually. I love that you've used the you've used
I
like
just realized it's a
the
Waffle House.
yeah. Pirate versus ninja, pirate girl versus ninja girl at the Waffle House. There's like it's like the color changing brush, right? To get that like yellow to purple to blue. I don't even know how you do it. Can you do that three different like gradient? That's incredible.
It's so cool.
I've always
The
loved
angle
this
of it.
kind of look. Oh, a gradient map above your sketch. Oh, that's how you do it. I thought this whole time that people were just using the Clip Studio Paint like gradient option for the brush itself. But it's so rad. This is so rad.
So cool.
Oh, it's a bunny. A bunny ninja. Did you guys know that when I was in 2nd grade, I had a little comic called Ninja Bunny? That I drew it all myself. I made a little story and I put it like on the little bookshelf with all the other books, and apparently everybody else loved it.
Oh, that's awesome.
You have to find it and share it with us right now.
There's none of it left. That was like 2nd grade. That was like 2 decades ago.
Oh.
Yeah, what a coincidence! You shared the bunny ninja. What a cutie. These are both real cutie pies too. I love this. Bun, do you have like a blue sky or something that I can eat?
Yes, please share. I want to follow as well.
I'm gonna snoop. I'm gonna snoop. I'm going to their account. I'm doing the crime. I do have a blue sky. I'm gonna get that link. I'm gonna hunt it down. About.
A boot.
Load. Gimme. Blue sky. Wait, let me hide this just in case. Okay, we're good. You know how it is. Yay! Very nice, very nice. And see if I can find another art because I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good
I
art.
have not followed. Ooh. Look at
Oh,
the
that's really
armor. Oh, the armor, the lion heads.
It's so good. All that fantastic detail.
Yep. Dang on the armor.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You should be thrown in jail. You
Lion
don't,
guy.
it's illegal to be this good.
Affectionate.
or they can share some of their skill. Give it to us.
Now.
Agreed.
Either
to me
give it to
now.
us or 10,000 years dungeon. Thank you so much for sharing, and thank you again for rating in Bun. I don't know how long you streamed, but if it was long enough that you need to go like take a breather, have a sippy, have a snacky, please don't let me hold you back. But if you did want to stay and hang out, I've got a beanbag chair for you, and we're gonna give you a bun dango. I feel like a warm matcha tea would be good with dango, so I'll give you a warm matcha tea. Of course, Bun. It's nice to meet you. And nice to meet a fellow bunny.
Yeah, lovely to meet you. Oh,
You go.
someone here?
Huh?
I still know.
Stone!
Stomo!
Hi,
I
Stone!
still know.
I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound fine. You sound
Yeah.
great.
Alright. Cool.
Well, pet. Electro, you got the pet directly on the Tomo cam.
Oh, that's so cute.
That's so sweet. Yeah. Oh my god, we were about to do a raffle. Oh, I gotta get that pet. Wait. Yay.
I get that pet.
Yeah. Perfect. How's it going, Stone?
It's going.
It's going. You're
My
on
Amazon package was
on your crazed art antics.
Yeah, and my package was just stolen.
Your package was stolen.
My light box my sticker paper,
No!
laminate.
That sucks.
Are you serious? Oh,
I'm
that.
so goddamn angry. Excuse my language. but I
No,
am
you're
pissed.
good. You can swear.
No,
Also,
understandable.
you should be mad about that.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Man, it's fine. It'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be here. It'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, but I had a really shitty day at work, and I was looking forward to doing this all day.
Yeah, that sucks.
Sorry to
I'm
hear
so
that.
sorry.
Oh, come on, do a stretchy.
I
He's
hate
settling
working
in.
retail during the holiday.
Oh,
Oh, I
you're
can
right.
imagine. I can imagine.
Oh, I
Just
hated
half
working
awake,
at
like an idiot
Michael's.
that just kind of stand there.
I hated
God.
working at Michael's in the getting ready for Halloween
Yeah.
season.
Oh,
Wrong one.
those sounds like nightmares.
Yeah, dude. I'm never gonna like work for a big store like that again. I'd rather be broke. Which is great. I have a job that I love and I'm broke. So I've got what I want.
I mean, I don't mind working for Kroger. They pay my tuition.
Yeah, that's good. It works for you. I think if I ever actually got to see Tomo in person, he wouldn't like me. You have a bird curse?
Oh,
Oh,
Electro.
I've never, like, anybody who's spent a reasonable enough time around Tomo, he's warmed up to. But he doesn't meet a lot of people, honestly. Okay, we've got general techno art. Let me pull up this chibi that he drew of me. He did say that he would be offering a chibi sketch, which I don't know exactly what that means, but this is a finished chibi piece.
Oh.
Yeah, look at me!
oh my god, that's adorable.
He did Beanie too.
Beanie.
Yeah.
Oh, I miss Beanie now.
He made us spookies for when we were hanging out on his stream.
Oh, look at Beanie.
Yeah. It was a nightmare before Christmas. Actually, I quit before the Christmas stuff was going on because it was like in COVID enough that there was all of the
God.
we had to mask up and it was just a rough time.
Yeah.
And I got COVID and I was like, okay, I gotta be not working. Of course, I gotta be home for 2 weeks until I get better. And then I came back and then I got unrelated sick again. And I was like, hey, I gotta stay home again. And I worked like 5 a.m. to 11.
Oh.
Oh,
I'm just not strong enough for that shift.
no.
Birds look at me with a terrible rage. They're touchy sometimes. I'm glad I've been closer to Beanie recently. They're so neat and I really look up to them. They are really cool. They're super cool. Okay.
I know. I wish I could hang out with you guys more, honestly.
Yeah, you're so busy,
I hate being an
damsel.
adult. I hate being an adult. I hate this.
Take me back.
Take me back.
But yeah, this is the kind of work that you could expect from this the raffle that we're about to do. So the way I have it is that anybody who has donated, oh right, Bun Bun and Presmop, you guys can have extra tickets and I can put your names over on the donators list if you'd like. What colors do you want? I think Bun Bun's lurking or gone. What? No, wrong one. There we go. But Presmop is here, right? Presmop, you want the orange one? Orange. Presmop. What? That's not orange. There we go. Presmop. 555. And I'm gonna write Bum Bun Dongo, even though I think they're gone. We'll do pink. Bun Dongo. In fact, we're gonna make that a darker pink. There we go. Bun Dongo. Perfect. Everybody is free to join the raffle. But people who have donated. Excuse me. Thank you. People who have donated may have 2 tickets. Yippee!
2 tickets.
Thank you. Yeah, 2 tickets. So let's see. Say robot in chat if you would like to enter the raffle.
In chat.
Robot in chat. Raffle time! If you've already won a raffle, you can't win a second one. But tonight, at least.
What about the raffle that I won like 3 years ago?
Oh my god, I never did deliver on that, did I?
No, you didn't.
I'm so sorry. I
It's
got
fine,
too
it was
ambitious
funny.
with it.
With your 100 follower.
Huh?
It's like your 100 follower.
Oh yeah, that's wild.
And now you're at what, like 103 followers or something?
Lady Ace, since
Yeah.
you already, yeah, we got you. Booty in chat. We already got you, Lady Ace. You're all good. Let's see, damsel, art, and then another damsel, art, and then the Kaula Presmop. It's Presmop. Presmopu. 555. It's not Presmopi. I don't know what I got in my head that's it.
You always got something in your head.
It's a bee.
It's just one buzzing around. When it bumps a corner, that's when you have a thought.
The Blinderker.
It's like the DVD logo thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's something I've said for a while that since I'm a doll and I'm animated by fairy magic, I don't have like a brain, but there is a bee in there that's just hanging out and chilling.
I think it might be dyslexia.
Why don't you start making some honey if you're gonna be in there anyway? Anyway, pay your rent, little bee, little brain bee.
Yeah, be useful. Oh.
Yeah, be useful. Robot is one of my favorite robots in fiction. Who is that? From what? Buxty. We got Sound Ninja. We've got another Sound Ninja. There's a bee? That's one of my favorite vines. Lost in Space?
Oh, I have a story to
one-shot.
share about that vine.
Oh, yeah?
I have such a story. So, senior year in high school, my class had a class trip to Disneyland, right?
Yeah.
So we
Yeah, I
were
was there.
waiting in
Just
line.
kidding.
Yeah, yes, you were. we were standing in line at the car ride where it's just like a little, you drive like a little 50s coupe on a road that's locked in. You don't allowed to like actually leave it. Anyways, we were standing in line, and it's me, my friend, and this other friend, and we're bored out of our mind. And this entire trip, we've just been referencing vines because we're
Of course.
autistic. Yeah. this particular trip, I was going real heavy on. There's road work ahead. I sure hope it does.
Yeah, I sure hope it does.
People were real tired of me. Anyways, standing in line, and this bee comes out of nowhere and lands on my friend's shoulder. And instead of saying, "Hey, there's a bee. You want to, be careful,"
Yeah.
I said, "There's a bee."
There's a
And
bee?
She proceeded to scream in line, and everyone turned around to look, and me and the other friend just started cackling. We felt bad for not telling her, but we also couldn't help but laugh.
There's a bee? No, that's really silly. That's really silly.
Yeah. Should we throw all the donators on by default? Because they're not all here to...
Oh, there was somebody who did say, Techno did say that he wanted in. Wait, yeah. Was it Techno or Leo that said that he wanted in?
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, exactly. I see you, Isaac.
The chat lag doesn't go far enough up.
Oh yeah, that was like over an hour ago.
Oops.
We'll put him
Both
on.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anybody who would like to enter that isn't already on this list?
Yeah, sure.
It's
Throw me on there.
You want to be on? Woo! You want to win a
let's
free chibi commission?
Yeah, make sure you spell my name as incorrectly as possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know stone was spelled with U.
Wouldn't it be really funny if I just went for your full legal name?
Yeah.
Hey,
Because the running joke is that I'm not telling that joke anymore.
Hi, PK Thunder. Welcome in. Nice to meet you. You don't need points. You want free art? Woohoo! I'll let you in.
I cancel snail.
Stone.
Nobody
Nah.
gets it because I'm evil.
Hi, Snail. If you win, nobody gets it. I guess you can do that. Cancel Snail. Wait, do you not want it? Hi, Crizzy. Let's get PK Thunder in there. Crizzy, do you want to enter a raffle for commission? Chibi commission from General Techno?
Girl bird.
Huh? What? Who said what?
Bird.
Burb.
Bird.
Bird.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to talk.
That's
I only
okay.
learned just the other day.
It's a difficult skill.
Congratulations.
I think you're forgiven.
Just gotta look
Thank you
where
for
it's
the
best to
funeral,
go.
what?
That's gonna be the Kofi, so that it hits the goal down there. We have one more commission left we can raffle off after this once we hit 400. Woohoo! And that one's art by Chi-Chi. The most indecisive snail ever. How about we spin it? With you on it? Yeah, indecisive. We spin it with you on it,
No.
and then if you win, you can tell us whether you're happy with that or not. Snail.
Tell us a joke.
Yeah, tell us a joke.
You have to.
You're a clownfish, you can tell us a joke.
Clownfish are funny, right? Oh, I love Finding Nemo.
Yeah.
Yippee, yippee, yippee! Double check, make sure. Oh! Presmop gets 2 tickets.
I forgot about those.
I'm a clown and a fish. Dude, you're so right, Electro, but you're not a clownfish. You're just a clown and a fish. You're a fish clown.
Not with that attitude.
Thank you. Yes, I enjoy that.
Glub honk. That's you. James is in twice. Okay.
Glonk.
Well, you see, Cheesecake, I've studied in the ancient art of fushigi. Steals your joints and does tricks with them. No! Who knew I was a fushigi ball jointed doll this whole time?
I still have my
Wait,
fushigi.
I was about to say, wait, isn't Fushigi, isn't that the ball?
Yeah, the ball. I still have mine.
Yeah. You do? Oh, I'm so jealous. I always wanted one.
Oh my
It's the only thing I
goodness,
have to remember my
Chrissy!
grandmother buy. Sorry.
Oh, you're good, you're good.
She said,
You're
"Oh,
all good.
I'm sorry for your lost stone. But Chrissy hit us, smacked us even with a big $50. Whoo! We reached the goal!
Whoa.
We reached it!
he hit the goal."
We hit the
Let's
goal!
go.
Oh no, I can't snooze out this ad, but we're gonna have an ad in about a minute. Yeah, Chrissy, let's go.
What?
What are you doing?
I'm dancing.
I was wondering what that new emote was.
There's a redeem.
I
We
was
have
wondering what the
an
new redeem was. I
we
mean,
have an ad starting in about a minute. We're gonna
You
spin
sound
the
like you're
wheel
about to
after
burst
the
into
ad.
tears.
We're gonna spin the wheel after the ad. In fact, I'll make it a 1 minute ad break. Bust it down.
you're still going.
We
You're
hit the
still going.
goal! Oh, and we get a seeds treat for Tomo. We'll do that during the ad break. I'll see you guys soon.
Beep, beep.
Yeah, he's a cockatiel. He's actually a cockatiel griffin, but when I turn on the camera, because cameras don't work in the fairy world, he looks like a normal cockatiel when we get there. He's like, more seeds treat. You guys are spoiling him. It's like, what is this, his birthday or something?
He deserves
You want more,
it.
little
He's-
bird?
Honey,
he's a good
he
boy.
ate the paint chips, and now we're rewarding him
Yeah,
for being a silly super baby.
Go ahead.
he deserves it.
Go ahead, little
He
bird.
deserves it as a treat.
Yeah.
Birthday.
Birthday! It's not his birthday. But
What?
he
That
is in health. He doesn't want him.
Look, if we believe
He's like,
it's
I've
his
had too many
birthday,
today.
it can be
Oh
his
no, there he
birthday.
goes. He's gonna have so much energy tomorrow. Well, no, he doesn't want him. He has rejected your seeds treat gift. I'm so sorry.
I hate field
You
rejection.
should have read the fine print.
I believe Bulbasaur's Japanese is Fushigi Dane, which is a pun apparently that means strange, isn't it? Presmop says Tane also means seed, which would get voiced into Dane in this case. Yeah! So it also becomes strange seed. Pokemon etymology is an interesting thing to me. Oh, there he goes. He's like, okay, I changed my mind. It's seeds time.
Seeds. Seeds me.
Welcome back from ads, everybody. Last call. Last call. Chrissy, you want in? If you're not on here, it's the last call.
Needs me.
Free
Yes,
art,
yes,
free
cool,
art,
cool
free
enough.
art. Sneeds time. Tane also means booty. Can I get in? Yeah, you're in, Electro. We got you.
Buzzbot.
More love. Oh, I bet you Techno would love to draw an Draw okay. Crazy. Excuse me.
Crystal sneeze cake.
It's true, that's me. That's capital T. And then another because he's so generously
Oh,
donated.
Ethereal!
Ethereal, wait, that puts you
Wait!
that puts you at 175, which means that you get the handwritten thank you note.
Yo, let's go ethereal.
OMG! OMG!
Oh my god.
Another 75, thank you so much. That little bird, look at that little bird. He's so happy. He's so happy that he gets to live.
Because he was going to die otherwise.
The doctors were like, you need to get us that money or else.
Or the bird gets it.
Or the bird.
It wasn't
We have
it wasn't
to.
a vet bill as a ransom note.
Yeah, we have to unheal Tomo. Hi, Beanie. We are winning,
Beanie.
dude. We literally exceeded the goal. Do you want in on? Do you want free techno art, Beanie? Do you want a free chibi from Techno? In scientific context, animal names are always written in katakana. That is fascinating, actually. Thank you again so much,
Remember last time we
Ethereal.
did this? Remember last time I was on stream and I spilled macaroni on my keyboard?
Yeah, we still have that clip.
Yeah, we do. That's my legacy. I could die tomorrow and people will remember me by that.
Hi, Charo. Welcome in.
I'd be okay with that.
Good.
Honestly, I respect it. I respect the hustle, Stone.
Hustle? No, it's a struggle.
Strussel.
Potato, potato.
Yeah, something like that.
There we go. I have 4.5
Say
hours of
looking
work left.
whatever.
You gotta stream at least 5 more
Exactly.
hours.
See, you get it.
Okay, let's see. 175. Not 1175. There we go. Okay, sweet. Want some food? I'm gonna cook.
Yeah.
Yes, pretty please. 24-hour paint eat-a-thon. Paint eat a booty.
I want to go to the paint eat-a-thon.
I want to go to the Eat a Booty.
I would go to a paint eat-a-thon as long as they're like we have non-toxic. We have non-toxic paint.
I just
What do
think
you
of
eat?
that the Twitter post of the old man who ate a bunch of paint thinking it was yogurt.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking of those Himi gouache palettes.
I should get a
Oh,
tattoo
yeah.
of the Nightshade quote. Wait, that would be great. I drew Nightshade today. I doodled them in my little my planner. Let me pull that up. Silly little robot. Silly little robot. Silly little non-binary robot. Stay away from old paint because it might have lead. You're right.
That's where the flavor's at.
Snail would go
Yeah.
to a plant
Makes it
eat-a-thon,
spicy.
but would not go to a booty eat-a-thon. No. I think
a
they do
different
have those though.
Party.
Yeah. What? Still need to work on macabre? Oh, you're so right, Electro. You're so right. Okay. Last call. Is there anybody who wants in the raffle for free General Techno Chibi? If your
I'd be in
name
the
is
second
not
time for
here,
fun.
no, unless you give me money.
Okay.
Give me the money.
You have been subscribed for a very long time. I will
For
give you
41
that.
months, yes.
Yeah. I appreciate you. You got that first badge. I'll never take that away from you. I can take it away from you. I learned that I have the power to do that. Yeah, bark
Jesus
now or
Christ.
forever
Really?
hold your pizza. What?
I don't know you could take away the first badge.
Yeah, I did it a couple times. I did it because there was somebody who was like 11th or 12th who had subscribed, and we had people who had the first badge who like showed up and never came again.
Oh. That's sweet that the 11 and 12 got it.
This is,
I scrolled up Isaac. I don't remember what the context is, but Isaac said it's not DiGiorno, it's de struggle.
I think that
Oh,
was the
In stone.
keyboard.
Tomo
Yeah, I think that
shouting in the
was me
background.
too.
This is my fault. Okay, we're gonna run the raffle. Nobody's hollering that they're not in yet, so on! OMG!
Lucky Anne! I haven't seen you in forever, Anne.
Welcome back! Ah, it's so nice to see you. I was literally just about to run this raffle for free art. Just when I'm about to do it, Crizzy showed up, and then now Anne showed up. Finally caught up on school. Oh, sick. I'm happy for you.
Let's go, Anne. I
Mighty
miss you. I hope
Morphin
you're
raffle
good.
time. But our friend General Techno is like, would you guys like, he said, I would like to offer a chibi sketch commission. And a raffle ticket is free for anybody. Unless you donate, then you get 2 tickets. Yay!
Mighty Morphin raffle time.
Yeah!
I like that.
How do you get one? You just say that you want it and I'll add you.
Yeah. simple
This
as.
is so disorganized, but it's okay. Yay, 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 yay! Gib. Okay. Now we're ready. Speak now or forever hold your meese. Squeak now or forever hold your meese.
Squeak. I'm gonna squeak my moose.
Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7. Liver?
Liver?
I already know her.
4, 3, 2.
Guys, they said 6,
Wait.
7.
Boop.
Oh god.
Let's do it. Oh,
If
no,
I get
the
banned for
robot!
that,
I'm
I
so
honestly would
sorry.
not do that.
Aww.
Well, it looks like Sound Ninja gets it. Woo!
Oh boy.
Little robot, you were literally like the moment that I did it. I'm so sorry. People who have donated get 2 tickets. That's why he's there twice. Woo! Congrats, Sound Ninja. Let me
Congratulations.
yeah, congratulations. Let me message Techno real quick and let him know. Let him know. Sound Ninja. Was it 95?
Would you like to know?
Yeah, I would like to know. That's my friend we're talking about. How neat that one
No
of my Transformers friends won the commission of one of my Transformers friends. Isn't that rad?
No way, Ninja's your friend? He's my friend too.
OMG! Yeah, donors get the double dip. But we do have another commission. One more commission, the last one. Because we met our goal, we get to raffle off our chibi from Art by Chi-Chi. Look at how
You know
cute.
what?
Chi-Chi's so good at art.
Mhm.
I'm eat her art.
You know what, Cheesecake?
What?
Throw me in there too. I'll
Throw you in there
do it.
too? Sweet. We'll do it on our next 50.
Okay, yeah.
So once we get oh my god, we already got 450. We'll do it at 500. We'll do it at 500. Yeah, Chi-Chi's so good at art. She's so stinking cute. She's so stinking sweet. She's my favorite streamer. And she has offered to a chibi commission for the raffle. So we're gonna do that again. Let's see. We're gonna do sheep.
What would you do if Hideo Kojima showed up on the stream right now?
Wow, I'm such a fan of your work.
Alright, I just wanted to get the answer to that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's pretty much it.
Okay. You can do the raffle now if you'd like.
Yeah. The feet guy? What feet guy? I don't
Sorry?
I don't know enough about Hideo Kojima. I don't know.
You're thinking of Quentin Tarantino.
Quintino Tarantino. What was it? What was it, Snail?
God. I forgot about that. Quentin Tarantino or whatever you called it.
Quintino Tarantino, I think it was. Okay. We're running the other raffle before the ad timer creeps up on us again. I'm such a huge fan. I love Faye Hawks. You saw Faye Hawks, right? Stone?
I love Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I called him Frank Baker.
Frank Baker? Huh?
Frank Baker. Theyg. Hang on.
Bage.
Just leave it there, man. Just leave it there. So out of
Kojima
it.
is also a foot guy. Look at all the fire keepers from Dark Souls. I thought Miyazaki did Dark Souls. No, that's Studio Ghibli.
What?
I'm not even gonna ask. I'm not even gonna ask.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know either.
I don't know anything about anything.
I never properly
I think
deleted that
that's
account. It took so long to get rid of it. Wait, I got text
I'm
from
just
Twitch
gonna-
about it. Okay, we got Little Robot. Wait. Little Robot Games. If you would like a cute chibi commission from Art by Chi-Chi, say sheep in chat. Or send a sheep
in chat.
emoji. Sheep in chat. Or send a sheep emoji, or do something that seems sheep-like enough. Yeah, sheep in chat. Rocky Ann. We got Damsel Heart gets 2.
He.
There's Omelet coming in. Roy coming in with the Chi-Chi emote.
I have one too.
Right
Yeah.
behind you. What if I
Okay.
was there? JK,
Unless.
Unless.
Aha, unless.
Now don't start flirting now.
Oh, man. Okay, to my Balatro
Unless-
players in the chat. Eternal Polychrome Pareidolia. Do I take it? Hard sell on this. I don't know.
I don't know anything about Balatro. I know it's got goofy cards. And VTubers like putting
I'm not
themselves
taking it.
into the
I'm
game.
resetting this. I'm
I think it's
resetting
a
this
number
first
or
run.
something.
I unfortunately haven't played Balatro. I heard it's pretty
I
good
I love Pareidolia, but it's I always get screwed over by it. I feel like it makes all the other cards count as face cards. So like it, I don't know. Well,
Okay.
though. I want you to tell me more about Balatro.
I don't want to tell you anything about Balatro.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Well,
that was
stretch
very
commission
mean.
or stretch commission. Here, I'm doing I'm doing commissions now.
Pay you to stretch.
I mean, hey, if people would do it.
honestly, people pay for weirder things.
Yeah, I guess
Oh,
so.
don't say that.
No, careful. We're treading a line on our
Yeah, we are.
thing.
Yeah, I'm now making the stretch and hydrate redeems 5 bits each. Sorry guys. Hard times. Oh, Little Robot wants in. Wait, we already got Little Robot. That is a very cute sheep.
Little Robot in there
Cute
another
sheep.
time for fun.
You're a cute sheep.
You're a cute sheep.
Dystopia's feeling. That's pretty good.
I haven't drank anything for days because the economy sucks and nobody's giving me 5 cents so that I can have water.
I'm gonna die.
Oh no!
I'm so
This is-
thirsty.
Well,
Okay, I think I don't know, alphabetize this. If you're not on here, are you not on here? Anybody? Anybody who
Alphabet,
not
I
on
love
here?
her.
am I on there?
You're stone. Oh,
Yeah, you do say that a lot.
Okay, Oswald.
I guess I must stretch. I must stretch again. Yeah, you're kind of right, Omelet. I'll be on there again if I can. Oh my god, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. Gee.
Wait, I realize now the to-do list Joker, it spells out Joker. It says jog, oil change, karate, eat candy, ruminate. Joker.
What does?
Joker.
Okay.
Oh, is that a Balatro thing?
Yeah.
Something in Balatro?
Yeah, sorry, the dread.
Okay.
You know how it is.
Yeah, you know how it is. Let's see. I think we got everybody. We got Roy, Damsel twice, Electro, Cygnus, Crizzy twice, Little Robot, Presmop gets twice. Right? Yeah. We got Anne. We got Stone with
Hi.
no E. So it's kind of like Stoon. I feel like just kind of like out of principle I'm doing everybody's full proper names except for Stone because
Full legal name.
I get to grab them by the scruff and shake them around.
Yeah. The joke is that my full legal name is too easy to misspell and it's too long, so everyone calls me my middle name.
Yeah. And Stone is a very cool middle name. It's great.
Oh shit! Oh no!
Huh?
I messed up. Never mind.
Bellatrix issue? Skill issue?
It's so weird that they call you
Issue.
my middle name.
Yeah.
I figured they would just call you a name instead of my middle name. That's so weird.
I mean, non-binary people
do
have
too,
just
kind of, but-
objects for their name often enough that I don't know. I feel like you can have a non-binary person named Fridge
Ash.
and it's fine.
Who I have met, yeah. But
Well-
I'm non-binary people. Yeah, all right.
I'm
I'll
pretty
take
sure,
this.
right? You're right.
I
I
think.
didn't
I
have
don't
the
know.
puzzle set up properly, but yeah, congrats on the puzzle, guys. Once we're done with this raffle, I'll load up another one.
Nobody knows anything, man. He, they. Anything so long as
Red.
it's funny. That's my logic.
Honestly, that's a good logic to go by.
We have a stone, a rock, a princess, an omelet, an archer, a koala, and a sickness all in the same room together. And a conjurer, and a little robot, and a president or whatever,
And they all walk into a bar.
and a princess. Yeah, and they all walk into a bar.
Cygnus is such a cool name, though. That's
Yeah.
a Rush song.
It's
Cygnus
also a
X1.
constellation.
Yeah, that's what it's named
Sometimes
after.
I wonder.
Like,
Yeah.
I wonder if Cygnus is down with the sickness.
Ayo.
no,
Okay.
I gotta be
I-
honest. I kind of hate Disturbed.
I may be
Banned.
living proof of your non-binary object thing. My Sona is a geode. Help. Okay. We're gonna run it. We're gonna run it.
No, we're not running it now. We still gotta talk for another minute or two.
The ad starts in 8 minutes. We can't yap for another 8 minutes.
Yeah, we can. We can do what we want to.
It's
It's
actually
true.
very easy to.
We're doing flaming Dr. Peppers? Huh? Is that
You're
like
flaming dog.
Called
Dr.
a-
Pepper with flaming hot Cheetos in it?
Oh,
It's called a flaming mo.
Flaming
They call me a flamer.
Flaming mo. Oh god, I gotta play more Fortnite. Simpsons.
Damsel, if you were a Dr. Pepper, you
Don't
would
laugh
be a
at me.
flaming Dr. Pepper.
I'm laughing.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
You're like, I can't even deny that.
No, but I
Simpsons
did
in
buy the
Fortnite?
Mo skin. Yeah. Didn't you see the last Vinesauce stream?
No. I don't watch the streams, I
man,
just
Vinny.
like watch clips here and there, and I listen when my fella watches streams.
Oh man, Vinny absolutely loved it. Like he's pretty good at Fortnite.
Rad.
I was very
I
happy
bought-
when they
Okay.
added Scooby-Doo.
I did add buy
Scooby-Doo.
the Mo skin. He was $15.
Sick. Mo.
Eternal egg. I don't want an eternal egg. Oh, but it's got foil on it.
Ooh, the eternal foil egg. Okay, I'm gonna run the raffle. There's nobody who's like, wait, add me in. Not anymore. We're gonna see who gets a chibi commission from Art by Chi-Chi, whom I love very much. Well, I did it again. It's fine. Okay, click, go. Oh my god, Boxty. You weren't in.
Beep beep on the sheet.
Cygnus!
Go, Cygnus!
You were just a moment late, Boxty. Cygnus got it! Woohoo! Yippee!
Cygnus got it.
Sweet. I'm gonna. I
give
can
Cygnus a big pat on the
send
back.
his Discord later. Remind
You are gonna give
me.
them a big pat on the back, right?
A big pat on the back?
Yeah, that's what you're gonna give to Cygnus.
Hi, Kabara. Give Cygnus a pat on the back. I don't know. Do you want a pat on the back, Cygnus? There we go. And I'm gonna tell Chi-Chi that Cygnus, Gravemaker Cygnus, has won her adorable chibi commission. Woo! There you go. A pat on the back for you. There you go, Cygnus. Pet, 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 pet. Gravemaker Cygnus won your commission. Ooh, I wonder what you're gonna get. I can send you his Discord beats later. Remind me if I buffer emoji. Stone, I just saw your message. How much longer are you gonna stream for? I can be home in 15 minutes.
I just bought some more land in the metaverse.
Oh god.
That's a reference for the record. That's a Vine Sauce reference.
Okay.
Stone is not actually
Okay,
buying
okay.
land in the metaverse. I don't think.
Not that you know of.
Yeah, not that I know of. I think it'd be kind of goofy if you did. What?
That was a little insane.
Buzzbot!
Negative Grow Michelle, alright.
Buzzbot's on something
Oh, Lord.
today.
Yeah, I'll take
No
I'll take a negative
Buzzbot.
Grow Michelle. What the hell not?
No Buzzbot.
Oh.
We're friends, okay? Crypto Luigi,
Yeah, we
my
are
beloved.
friends.
Snail gets it. Snail gets it, Stone. Yay!
Snail gets the phone.
Gets the joke.
Get it.
Okay. Damsel, do you want to send me?
Oh, no.
Do you want to
We
send me?
broke Oswald.
Send me your money.
We broke Oswald, guys.
Hell with it. Eternal hanging Chad. Why not?
What are you guys giggling about?
Oswald's still going.
Oswald, what?
Buzz is so silly.
Damsel, if you want to send me examples for what commission that you're gonna, examples for the commission that we're gonna raffle off once we hit 500, which is insane.
Ooh, yes, yes, yes.
Ugh.
Yes, let me do that.
Once you send those, send me $600 via PayPal,
Yeah.
please.
Okay, yeah, let me get you a reference.
A reference.
Indeed.
Indeed, you shall send me a reference. I believe in you.
We're applying for jobs on Indeed right now.
Yes, indeed.
Indeed.
You just went to Damsel's channel and used channel points to go buy that emote, and then you came back and sent it here.
Did he really?
I think you did.
Oh my god.
I love
My
that.
God.
Sometimes you just know what you need, right?
Sometimes you do, honestly. Upload a file.
Oh, I wanted to. Oh, wait. There we go. I wanted to update you guys on the brine shrimp tank. We've got brine shrimps that are about 9 days old right now, I think. 8 or 9. And they're thriving. They're happy in there. They're actually swimming around actively. Even at this like age. The tank is full of beautiful fluffy green algae. The bunny's in there chilling.
At this ungodly hour.
Even at this ungodly hour.
It's only
In
like,
this
what,
economy?
7 p.m.?
The unk shrimp.
Even in this economy.
No, they're literally still babies. They're literally still
Little
little babies. I've never
Literally still babies.
literally. They're literally still babies. I've never been able to grow them past babies. But I don't know. This time I think it's working. I think it's working this time. Let's get a new puzzle going. I'm gonna not mess up and accidentally make this one way easier. And thank you! Rocky spits $2 out of his mouth. Bwah, bwah. Thank you, Rocky.
Oh my god.
So kind of you.
Brainstorm's in the shop, but I only have $7.
Brainstorm? From what?
Oh my god.
Oh, is it still Balatro?
Dread. Still clown game.
Still clown game. Clown card game. I sent a
Honk, honk.
minis emote.
Alright, I have sent a reference of what I shall do.
Yippee! Okay, I'll show them off once we, make this new puzzle. New hard mode.
I think my
I'm really
favorite
hoping I get a
thing in
character.
Homestuck is when Gamzee misspells honk and he immediately leaves the chat. He says honk.
Home. No coming back from that one.
No.
Let's see, we're at 3. Oh, there's an ad starting shortly. I'll see you guys on the other side of the ad. Thank you!
Let's go, gamer.
Let's go, gamers.
Cut off good time.
Gamers, let's go.
Gamers, let's go.
Do what?
Question mark?
We can't
But,
be
like,
here
go back-
anymore,
go
gamers.
back-
Let's go. Let's get out of here.
Let's like go have some fun.
Ivysaur's called Fushigi So. Does that mean? Ah, yes, it is. It is strange. Ivysaur's called Booty. I don't think that's right, Buzzbot.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what you think it's not correct.
I usually have such good luck with Plasma Deck. What is happening to me? I think I'm using up all my good luck.
Oh, which means strange grass and appears strange as a pun. Interesting. That's so silly. It's so silly. Appears to be strange. Ah. Buzzbot canonically has an Ivysaur called Booty. I love that. Yeah, what localization? Okay. Let me send this puzzle link in chat so you guys can enjoy that. And we'll change the... where is it? There we go. We'll change the command.
Puka.
There we go. Yay! So now the command should work too. Woohoo! Welcome in, lovely spirit R14. Strange flower. Ah, Venusaur's Fushigibana. I think there's somebody called Fushigibana that, like, has come to the chat before. Has come to the stream. That's rad! Oh, look at this cockatiel cheek right here.
That's rad, Dad.
Dad.
Papa.
Oh my god, Papa!
Papa. Father. May I have
Oh,
some
that's you.
more?
Papa, please.
Papa,
Please, Papa.
I'm quite hungry, Papa. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm okay.
What are we doing, man?
We're just letting the silly take over. We're just embracing the goofy vibes. And that's the only way to live.
Yeah, I'm just here.
Go to a funeral? Just
Yeah.
embrace the goofy vibes.
That's so silly.
Wait, I'm just a silly little guy. I'm so silly. Anyway, I'm sorry for your
That's so
loss.
silly.
I
Oh,
heard
I'm so
you guys were really
sorry.
close.
Yeah, that's good. That's real good.
Holographic Andy.
Sorry about your granduncle. Anyway,
Gulu.
This is horrible. But like you turn around and they put a silly hat on him in the casket.
Oh my god.
it's just a little prank. Isn't that
A
so
little
silly?
propeller hat.
This is what Fae funerals are like.
Jester's hat.
Oh, it's a, yeah.
Remind me to not get buried at a fake funeral.
Remind
either
me
has-
to get buried at a Fae funeral.
It has to be either a propeller hat or the jester hat. There's no in between.
Sound Ninja says, put the sprongy eyeglasses on.
Yeah, wait. You also got to do like the little mustache and big nose.
yeah, the Groucho
That little
glasses.
yeah, the Groucho. Thank you. Yeah, I forgot what it's called. I'm into the idea that we've created.
Gotta love, silly funeral antics.
You just gotta.
You just gotta.
You just gotta.
My cheeks hurt because that was so funny. Oh, my glasses are on.
Your what?
Sorry, I need to be dignified now because I wear glasses. Funerals are a grave matter. We need to treat it as such.
We need to be
The
more serious
timing
about
on
this. that. No way.
Oh my god.
Fake it, jeez.
Oh yeah. me at
You blew it.
me at your granduncle's funeral.
What the fuck am I doing, man?
Oh wow.
Man. I feel like the silliest guy here might like secretly be Ethereal Slate. He doesn't even stream or anything, but he's got
Dang.
like this hidden goobertude to him.
Honestly, I
Goobertude is
want.
such an awesome word.
Is
Goobertude.
don't give me your goobertude. I wish Ethereal would stream actually. I'm gonna lie.
I think that'd be great. Snap, snap.
I wish Ethereal was my dad.
Wish Ethereal was my dad too.
Are you taking applications, Ethereal?
You looking to adopt?
Are you taking adoption
I was like,
applications? Adopplications?
I'm
Like those
Mm.
2000s One Direction fan fictions where you get sold to One Direction.
Oh my god, yes.
What?
Throw your messy hair into a bun and go down the stairs. There's Ethereal.
I slammed my fist on the desk so hard a bunch of shit fell over.
No!
I'm in the market for a new dad.
Oh my god, I haven't thought about that in years. I love that fan fiction so much.
I'm glad I don't know it. Like
Good.
I know the
Don't-
concept, but
you
I don't know the
don't?
specific one.
Oh my god, I saw
I've
on
only seen
TikTok.
the intro.
I saw on TikTok the other week about a drag queen doing it out of the performance,
Just adopting
and
people. Oh wait, that
she
specific?
herself played all of One Direction and herself being adopted as a vampire One Direction, or was it werewolf?
Oh, that sounds awesome. Vampire One Direction?
Vampire One
but they, of
Direction
course-
werewolf adoption
Yep. They adopted
drag
a-
performance.
It was so good. I'll find it and I'll send it to you.
I need to. I
Alright,
just
what do
need to
we-
like grasp
One
this
Direction's
concept in my
one
head.
thing.
One Direction vampire werewolf adoption drag performance.
Yes.
That's
I will find it and I will send it to you.
that's incredible. If it's appropriate, you can send it in my in my Discord channel or my Discord server.
Oh god, it's gonna be some deep dive. It was like I said, it was like a week ago. I have to find it now. It's my mission.
Omelet says the new K-pop demon hunters.
I think they were the K-pop demon hunters before they were.
Yeah. One Direction walked so K-pop ran.
Yeah, but all right, we've talked about One Direction before, but what about Big Time Rush?
Oh my god,
You guys think-
Big Time Rush was right there too.
They were the first concert I ever saw.
Oh really?
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 Yeah, I must have
Right.
been
Jinx.
8.
Rise of the brave tangled frozen dragons. I can't believe it.
Oh my god, what was it? Guardians of Frozen or whatever.
Guardians.
They would ship Jack Frost and
Yeah.
Elsa.
Oh my god, I
Yeah,
forgot
Stretch
about
your Deem.
that.
Hi, Bricky. Yeah, no, I was on Tumblr. That was like when I joined Tumblr was when that stuff was going on.
Whoa,
You remember
negative smiley
that?
face.
Wait. What do you mean you remember that? You're like young age.
Yeah.
When were you on the internet? How old were you on the internet? Oh, it was on YouTube?
Oh yeah, it was everywhere. The
It
internet.
really was.
The days of the internet. I kind of miss how cringe they were.
This one's going in my cringe
Played my
compilation.
father. Okay, that kind of makes sense knowing him. I was on the internet since I was like 5. OMG, me too. Dude, who remembers early
Yeah, I was
YouTube?
too.
You remember when Charlie Bit My Finger was like the best thing that ever happened?
And that kid is like
Charlie
30
bit my
now, and he
finger.
I don't know. I don't
He
want to
makes
say the
his-
rest of this joke.
He makes his living biting fingers.
No, I was gonna say he builds
On
like
OnlyFans.
anti-homeless architecture, but I think yours is funnier.
Now nobody will ever have to bite finger again.
What if I want to bite
As
finger?
if that's gonna stop it.
Yeah.
By building like spiked benches, that means
Or the toilets that are like 15 degrees, so you can't sit
Oh
them
my
on their
God.
break.
he's gotta be like 30 or something now. That video's old.
I hate that hostile architecture stuff. It's ridiculous.
Right? I hate it. I saw it. I was just like, why are we doing this?
I'm so sorry.
What are you sorry about?
Yeah, you didn't.
I don't
do
know.
Don't
It
be
would
sorry, be
Have to
funny.
for some reason. Yeah,
I'm
alright,
sorry.
Dad.
them. Be lovable, actually. Wait too late. You are.
Don't be sorry, be just a little guy.
Hey, hey, hey. I'm just a little guy.
Is that a
At the end
reference?
of the day, aren't we all?
Yeah, that's what Fat Albert says.
Hey,
You're right. I'm just a little
Hey,
guy.
hey, hey, I'm just a little guy.
That's the opposite
I'm
of what
just
he
a little
says.
guy. Hey.
I'm just a big guy.
That's what he said.
Baby man.
Little baby
You know what?
man.
If you believe it enough,
Little baby,
if you
baby,
believe it
baby
enough,
man.
that's
Little
what he
baby.
says.
Oh, apparently the Charlie Bit My Finger kid is 18. Okay.
No way. Charlie himself is
Finger.
18?
I hope that video paid for the college.
Oh my god, a
Honestly,
raid!
It most definitely.
Hi,
My banana
raid!
expired.
Raid!
My Gro Michelle went extinct. Damn it.
Welcome in, Coconut Vulpus. I definitely recognize your name. I've definitely seen you around before. It does say first time chat though.
Oh,
Welcome
never
in,
mind. I
we
got my
shout you out.
Cavendish. Alright.
Coconut Vulpus. Yay! Oh, I did it with an exclamation mark. That's not the right way. Oh, whoever did that, thank you. I feel like you got me, damsel, right?
Oh no, I'm drawn.
Oh, who was that? Was it Archer?
It was probably Oswald. Oh wait, no,
No, I'm
Oswald
not-
wasn't a
I'm
mod
not-
here.
Yeah, I'm not a mod here.
I
I am.
forgot your mod.
Wait, it could have been Stone.
Was it Stone?
Might have been. I don't know, man.
Oh, it was Archer.
Man.
It was Archer.
There you go. You're a mod now, Jack. I trust you. Hi, Raid. I literally forgot that we got raided.
Yeah, we're too busy talking about anti-homeless architecture.
Everybody follow Coconut Bowl
And
Base
Rise
to
of the
give them a big,
Guardians.
big thank you for raiding in today. What were you doing today? The
Give them a
Gladesters.
big pat on the back.
Yeah, big pat on the back. The Gladesters, Coconut, and her forest friends are raiding. Let's bring soft vibes, kind words, and mossy hugs to Crystal Cheesecake. Those are 3 things that I
That's
absolutely
cute.
love. I love soft vibes, I love kind words, and I love mossy
Mausoleum?
hugs.
Oh,
I love
You were
mausoleums.
arting? Do you want to share what you were
I
working
do.
on?
They are currently, aren't they?
no, I don't ask me
Chi-Chi?
about that, dude.
Maybe.
I love mausoleums.
Ooh, well, now I want to know. Talk about mausoleums to me.
I feel like they should have more mozzarella at mausoleums.
I agree.
They sometimes
Heartily.
They should call them mausoleums.
Mausoleum, why don't you mausoleum alone?
Hi, Dusty Sam, welcome in. Well, ad be gone. Ad be gone.
Okay, what do I want? Do I want just a regular Joker or a hallucination?
Yeah, links are
No.
okay. So when you send it, it's gonna get deleted, and then you're gonna be in timeout for 20 seconds, but you'll be okay. Try refreshing, Anne.
Oh, Cheesecake, I'm so
might
excited.
help.
I'm getting ready to finish up this piece for
Oh,
you.
I
Oh,
hang on,
really?
I think I can send it.
Oh, wait, the
Let
one
me
that you.
copy paste
Wait,
it,
this
I'll-
is so
I'll send
cute.
it.
This
There we
is so
go.
cute.
Yeah,
Oh,
Aww.
Hope this got timed out.
It is Coconut because they sent a link. I got the link, by the way. I was able to get it. Look how cute! Oh,
Very.
it's you! What a cute design! Look at you! I love the colors that you've got going on. Ah, that's fantastic! Wow! Yeah, everybody
How's
follow.
everyone
Everybody
so
follow.
talented?
Right?
So
I get most
talented.
of my talent from delusion. Like I get this like Don Quixote sort of thing where I just I kind of convince myself that I'm good, and it turns out good sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I
If
mean,
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
fake it till you make it.
Yeah, but if it ain't woke, don't break it. I don't know.
If it ain't
Yeah, something-
woke, I don't want it. Hi Raiders. I'm
If it
Cheesecake.
ain't woke, don't break it. But I sometimes just say shit. I'm a funny, clever character.
I mean, hey.
You.
Anyway,
God damn it.
I'm Cheesecake. I use they, them, or am air pronouns. If it ain't woke, wake it up. Exactly, Roy. That's good, actually.
God,
Wake me up. Wake me
I hate
up.
that I didn't come up with that.
Woke me up. Oh,
Wake
see you
up.
around, Coconut. Thank you so much for raiding in. Oh, and thank you for
I'm
the
so angry
follow.
that I did not come up with that.
If it ain't woke, wake it up. No, that's fantastic. We like to do indie games, retro games, and Nintendo
Whatever comes
games.
After 6.
We like chilling and
Seven.
vibing. We like doing character art, and we like pixel art. And we like making new friends and loving nature and all that like soft wind and whatever stuff that you were talking about. I love that stuff. It was
I
it.
also like being gay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we do that too, but like,
We are super duper LGBTQ embracing. Yeah, we're the
My dad-
We're the mafia.
my
LGBTQs.
dad says LGBTQ positive, but I don't
That's
think
rad.
that's
Wait a minute.
LGBTQ
Positive.
Brenda.
You go
Yeah,
to the
it's
doctor.
like-
Yeah, slash positive.
You get a call from the
Oh, he says
doctor,
it
and
as
they're
if,
like, you get a call from the
I
doctor,
like
and they're
that.
like, I've got news for you. You're
You're
LGBTQ positive.
Terminal.
What? Bach was threatening you? OMG. You literally define your name by your drawing. But thank you for following. I appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome in, Jordy Draws. What a fun name. I realize that's probably just
Jordy?
like your name. Jordy?
Jordy.
Jordy?
Like Jordy
I like
LaForge,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, isn't that the Star Trek guy?
Yeah, the visor.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that name before. I quite like it.
But yeah,
Oh,
enjoy your
that's a
raid and
cool
run,
ass
Coconut.
name.
Thank you again so much for raiding in.
Shout out to our new friend Jordy. That's an awesome name.
Let's go, Jordy.
Let's see. Oh yeah. Jack redeemed a pronoun check. We are checking in our pronouns at the Woke Bank. We are cashing in our pronoun
Okay.
check at the Woke Bank. There we go. That's how it goes.
Great.
If I don't know your pronouns, then I don't know how to refer to you. And that might be okay with you. That's fine. But if you do want me to know how to refer to you with pronouns, then throw your pronouns in chat. I use they,
she, her,
them.
Thank you.
Yeah. It was she, her. I use they, them, or am, air.
Sorry, hang on, I gotta cough up a lung here. Hang on.
Is your pronouns in there?
He, him.
He, him for Jack. Dusty Sam, thank you. We did just get that. Yeah, welcome back to Reading Rainbow. Wait, Reading Rainbow is back? Right on, welcome in, Dusty. He, him only now. You can also just call me Roy. Rad. They, them's my preferred most of the time, but whatever works is not an issue. Sweet. If it does help, pronouns. You guys can visit that little website that's linked there, pr.alejo.io. Or is it Alejo? Oh. You can pretty much
What'd you call
log
me?
in.
Call me a pendejo.
You guys are silly.
I got a few choice words for you, pendejo.
You can go to this website, you can log in with Twitch, and then you can pick pronouns to show up next to your name in chat, which is rad.
Jordy said something kind of cool. You read it off. That's really cool.
Jordy, in this case, actually is a regional nickname to the area of England I come from. Oh, so it's not your
Jordy.
actual name, it's
Cool.
just kind of the way people in your area are called? Or is it the way that people with your name are called in your area?
Yes.
Well, the fairy lights are off. How cozy, how cozy.
Oh,
Woo!
this is gonna sound cool as hell, but I do have a friend whose brother is named John Luke because their last name rhymes with Picard.
Oh, that's sick.
Nice.
That's awesome, actually. It's the... Oh, Jordy is to the northeast England as Newfie is to Newfoundland in Canada. Oh, that's awesome, actually. I love that. There's something so,
Oh.
like, deeply interesting and cultural about that kind of thing. I love it.
About, like, names and everything.
Yeah.
Like, for names for people from an area. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I don't know.
You're in front of one right now.
One what?
Hoosier.
Oh, a Hosier.
That's a regional name. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's,
People
shout out to all
from the...
6 people that live in Indiana.
I thought that was like Canadians get that name.
No, those are
Indianians?
There's a lot of names for Canadians.
guess so.
Indianians, no.
Indianites? What is it?
Hoosier.
Oh. The official name for people from Michigan is Michiganian. But
That was Michigan.
yeah, almost every
I thought it was
Michigan,
Michigander, too.
almost every person from Michigan prefers Michigander, but the official one is Michiganian. People from the Upper
There's gotta be
Peninsula.
some guy who's like, oh, guys, Michigander sounds a lot cooler. I don't know why I made them
Michigander.
Irish, but
Yeah.
I gotta give him like a Minnesota voice. Maybe that's more fitting.
Ohio in here. I'm just kidding. The the rivalry between people in Michigan and people in Ohio doesn't have to exist here.
It runs deep.
It does
It
run
does,
deep.
actually. Has to.
Yeah. And from the Upper Peninsula, the UP, those people are called Yoopers.
What'd you call me?
Yooper.
Youper.
Called you a pendejo
Yooper.
again.
No, stop it.
Does that mean
Cheers.
idiot?
In Spanish?
Yeah. Well, a pet pat's right on my face.
Yeah,
Hi,
it-
Frog.
Literally just trying to remember what it means literally, but yeah, it is like calling someone an idiot.
Sweet.
I deserve it.
Oh, you want to go to Ohio because you have a friend there? Rad. I have a booty, but only in Ohio.
Only in Ohio.
You know that,
No,
Here, let me
That's
catch
so
him in chat,
big, it's in a
actually.
different state.
Let's see.
Enjoy that. That's fun.
Oh, Reading Rainbow got a reboot as of October 5th. It's on October 5th. It's on YouTube. That's pretty rad. 5th.
F-I-F-F. Did you go to speech therapy as a kid?
No.
I did.
Does it show?
I did too, yeah.
What was
October
your,
5th.
what was your problem?
It just in the middle of class one day, I got taken away by some strange lady, and I got to play on the iPad, and I got to say my TH sounds.
Oh, your TH? I was ours.
Oh,
Oh
rad.
yeah.
I
bad.
used to say it in a British accent.
Really?
Geordie comes from George Bell, who was an inventor in the 1800s. He invented a safety lamp that used a fine metal mesh to change the flame color without exploding to make mining safer. Ooh! It's often short for George,
neat.
and people who were mostly miners in the area became Geordies. That's rad. That's pretty epic.
It's cool.
Miners.
Miners.
What are you, Darkwing from Transformers
Yeah.
1? Miners!
Yeah. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah!
I don't know what you guys are all thinking.
Rah!
I went to the song. A minor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was God. I'm just thinking of that image I sent you one time, Cheesecake, of like the movie design for Megatron. It's like, God, no wonder people are transphobic. This guy's scary as hell.
Right, and I was like, what? I don't get it.
Oh, what?
I thought that was Megatron saying that. But it was just saying Transformers are scary.
Yeah. I mean, if things like that existed in real life, yeah, it'd be scary.
Yeah. I mean, don't go to Universal
wonder.
Studios because they've got one there.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, there's like a big Megatron in costume, and he's like really funny.
Oh,
like
yeah, yeah,
there's
yeah.
videos of him
I mean,
on social
in
media.
Pokemon and stuff, yeah.
Frog says I had
He
some
goes up to that
barbecue
kid.
sauce on my cheek. Thank
He
you
goes up to
for
that
wiping
kid
it
that's
off.
flossing, and he like stands over him. He's like, "Do not ever do that ever again." Really funny.
Presmop says the Ohio booty technology patent pending.
I'll pay you to never say that again.
Ohio booty technology? Where are they getting all
Only in
that?
Ohio.
Have you guys seen the there's this content creator or whatever who says made in Ohio, and he does just like goofy stuff. I don't know, he's just like a funny zany character.
He's a funny, zany character.
Yeah.
Just a funny guy.
Sound like Zach Hadel. But dude, he's just like this funny, wacky character, man.
Just
That was
a funny
too
guy.
accurate, Stone.
I can't do a Zach Hadel. I'm sorry.
No, I said that it was
You just
good.
gotta- Oh, maybe that's just my mic. No, he's
Maybe.
got a deviated septum. That's why he sounds like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Tomar, what would you do if there was like a little man that was running around in your house? And then Tomar probably says something like, "I'd probably call my wife." It's like, I don't know, man. That's my
question is, what do
only
you
place
mean?
impression.
What do you mean by if? I have that happening right now.
Well, it's a hypothetical. That doesn't mean it happens to everybody.
What happens to me? And I'm scared.
Can it happen to me?
You should be. If you try hard enough, yeah.
I forgot what even the hypothetical was. What's running around in the house?
A little green man.
A little green man. Yeah, I would love that.
Yeah, but what would you do? Would you tell your wife?
I don't
You
have
have
a wife.
in this scenario.
Okay,
It
I
doesn't
would tell my
matter
wife.
what you
I would tell my wife
My
to
wife.
check out how cool it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Call your wife home from work.
My
I mean,
wife is
Because
at
that
work.
scenario, you're also.
Little guy.
Yeah.
Okay, damsel, you
My
be my wife.
Okay.
Are we role playing this
I'm,
now?
wait. I'm so
Honey.
happy.
Ring, 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 ring. You gotta pick it up. Ring, ring,
Can I be the
ring.
little
Hello?
green man?
Honey, there's something
I'm
really
hungry,
cool. Do you hear that in the background?
Yeah, what is that? It sounds like the cat. Is the cat getting eaten by the vacuum again?
No, we put down the vacuum because it ate the cat. Remember?
Oh, that's upsetting. Now I have to buy a new one.
We adopt vacuums.
Someone else be
Yes.
the little green man. I don't want to be the little green man anymore.
Whoa.
That's much better.
You hear that? You hear that? It's not the kitty cat. It's not Roy. It's not our pet cat Roy.
What's that sound?
Oh, our cat wants a boyfriend.
Oh.
I think I'm gonna hang up, sweetie. I
Okay.
think you need to go back to the hospital.
Okay. Do you know where my meds went?
Yeah, in this scenario too, your wife's like a big, strong, like manual laborer or something.
I love calling my wife. Shoot, I forgot to tell her about the little green guy.
The little green guy is eating your meds.
Yeah.
No, that's what happened to them.
Punching faster.
We gotta get it to the hospital. Omelet, wouldn't you like to be me and Damsel's pet cat? We're playing house now.
Yay.
Somebody has to be
Start
the
from an Oni
wife.
plays hypothetical.
Somebody has to be the main character. Somebody has to be the cat. Somebody has to be a little green creature. That's how house works. This is the nuclear family now. Main character,
This is the
wife,
woke
cat,
nuclear
green
family.
creature. This is the
This is
future
the future
liberals
liberals
want. Yeah.
Oh my god. This is Joe Brandon's America. Don't
Man,
laugh at that. Come on, that was not good.
I think the four of us is a recipe for some real goofs.
Some ticks. Yeah.
I keep laughing so hard I'm getting a headache. Fire emoji react, thank you, Snail.
No, don't get a headache. You're so cheesy.
No,
Oh my
you're
God.
so cheesy.
So cheesy. Oh my god.
Who gets to be the cat's
Wow.
boyfriend?
No, I have
Fire
a
emoji.
I have a friend from Thailand, and he refuses to like call politicians by their like official name, so he calls them all like Joe Brandon or like
Oh my god.
the Don or something. He'll make up names for like presidents.
Oh, oh my god, another raid!
Yay.
Oh, you guys are so sweet, you
Oh
guys are
God.
so sweet! Ayuyu, welcome in!
Quick, turn off the power.
No, don't turn off the power! No, no, no! Welcome in, Ayuyu! Ayuyu, can I shut off the Game Boy while the save is going? Thank you for the shout out. While
Yeah,
the
it's
save
now
is
safe
going
to
so
turn
that I
off your
can
computer.
clone my Pokemon. You're right, you did say please. Okay, I won't do it. Did you guys ever do that though? Clone glitch in Gold, Silver, and Crystal?
No, I did turn off my computer all the time when it said to not turn it off.
I've done that too, actually.
You just
It does
wanna
nothing.
I love
It's
doing that.
just against following directions. What were you
Yeah,
doing today,
it doesn't do
Ayuyu?
anything.
Were you playing some kind of fun game? Oh, my mouth's starting to hurt because I've been smiling and laughing for. I've been smiling and laughing so
Features the
much.
little want.
Yeah,
We're too
Cygnus.
funny. We're gonna
Cygnus
start
gets
a
to
new
be the gay
podcast.
cat. We were playing house.
Yay.
Who are you? What's your role when we're playing house? I'm the main character.
I'm the wife.
What am I?
I don't know. You're the entity.
This sounds like an existential crisis.
You're
What am I?
the entity of questionable existence.
That's fine.
AKA the neighbor.
Ooh, Roy's been eyeing a boy at school.
I was gonna say you could go Tim Allen with it from Home Improvement.
Oh yes, yes.
The big.
Wait, you're really
Yes.
good at that,
Do
damsel.
that. I really love that show.
Whoa, God, what was that?
You never watch Home
Are you
Improvement?
alright?
It kind of glitched out.
No, I'm not.
The
She's so
entity with
excited.
identity issues.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, playing Dave the Diver
someone-
for Fishy Friday. That sounds so fun.
Someone at work stole the remote in the break room, so we're stuck watching Home Improvement for like a year.
Well, follow
Oh my
age.
God.
Follow age broken.
Jesus Christ.
I
And no
wasn't
one
listening.
figured out how to
What,
like use the buttons or nothing.
what I
That's
missed?
funny. A year is insane, though.
Oh yeah. Hi Raiders. Hi. Sorry, I have ADHD and I haven't had meds for a little while.
Fate.
Yeah, I have
Green ate them.
ADHD. I have ADHD. Hi, I'm Cheesecake. I use they, them, or am
That's pretty
pronouns.
good.
I like to, well, I like to bust
You're
it down.
Oh,
I like to jam. I like to groove.
I like to get swifty.
Yeah. I like Rick and Morty references, I guess.
I love Reddit and Rick and Morty and r/funny and
No,
Star
no.
Wars and Marvel.
Okay, r/funny is the worst
Funny,
though.
funny.
It's horrible. I hate that website so much.
r/funny sucks. Yeah, this is me without meds.
No, because
I gotta
I
finish
told
my
you my
introduction,
Reddit
guys.
experience. I'm not gonna tell the story here, but like my Reddit algorithm hates me. It shows me the worst stuff.
I like doing
It'll show me
character
it's
art.
like-
I like doing pixel art.
I'm
We
not
like
saying
indie
that
games,
they're-
retro games, and well, Nintendo
Oh, so
games.
retro.
Yeah.
Can I please make like a so retro cheesecake?
So retro?
Why are you blue?
I don't, because I blew it.
Because
Oh.
they're
Oh,
blue
you know what I'm
WD
talking
never
about.
die.
You can make whatever you want, Stone, and I'm gonna love it.
I'm blue WD
Don't pee on the
I just
floor,
sent it to
use
you.
the Commodore.
Can I make it like that?
I have to finish my intro. Stop being
Sorry.
funny, everybody.
Sorry.
Okay, that was my Animalese intro. Thank you, Roy. Today we're raising money because my bird ate paint. And he got really sick a couple weeks ago. And
Hey,
he ate paint.
Sorry.
Oh.
The way you said that just made me really laugh.
Yeah. And he gets a
I'm
seed
hurt,
treat.
hey,
Let's see if he'll still come and have it. Because he's had
Bird
quite a
ate
few
paint.
seeds treats today. Thanks to you guys. He's gonna hear me shake it.
bird ate paint.
He
needs
ate-
money
he ate.
for ninja lessons.
This little sweetie, he ate paint, so I had to take him to the emergency vet, because he was really sick and not doing great. And then $400 later, which is kind of a huge hit for me right now. You know, I'm a full-time streamer.
Especially for a birdie too. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Not you. You're not the birdie. You're the streamer. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm a bunny. What was I saying?
You're
Yeah, it
talking
was
about,
very expensive and stressful.
Yeah.
But he's all better now. He's doing great. He's feeling great. Come here, Tomo. Where you at? You got more seed streaks. Come here. Step up.
Step up to the bat. Step
So
to the
yeah,
bat.
every $100 that we raise, which we already met the goal, but when we get to 500, which we're we're 23 away from 500 right now, which is crazy. we're gonna raffle off art from our friend Damsel.
Aw.
Free raffle for everybody, but only once we make it to that milestone.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay! Look how amazing
Yay.
Damsel's art is.
Speaking of how amazing
Look.
Devil's art
Something
is,
for
by
me,
the way,
too.
thank you.
Look at
Add me to
Henrietta.
it, and I'll draw you nothing.
Yeah.
I'll draw you a picture of like Henry Rollins or something.
You should draw like a super hyper realistic, just like middle finger.
Yeah. I'll do that for free. It's for charity.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. That's good.
So yeah, once we get there, I'm so happy that we've already met the goal. But if we get to
I'm so angry that
500,
we already
then
met the goal.
yeah, anything past 400, by the way, goes to like savings and life expenses and stuff, because I could always use more of that right now. Yeah,
Savings and life expenses in that order.
not in that order, unfortunately.
What?
Honestly, it's
No.
it's gonna go life expenses, then credit card debt, then savings.
Jelsa to Jesus and now Tomo to tomorrow.
What's
like that.
Jelsa? I don't know what Jelsa is. Oh, Jack and Elsa? Jack Frost
Yeah.
and Elsa?
I thought it was going to be something else.
Don't think too hard about it. It's okay.
I think too hard about everything.
Don't think too hard about that one.
You've met me. Okay. Anything for
What
you,
if I want
Cheesecake?
to?
Of course.
Oh
Let me
shoot,
close
okay,
these
this
real
is a
quick.
hard choice. Another Balatro choice. Okay, holographic devious Joker or invisible Joker?
Devious.
Holographic devious. I don't know what that means, but do it.
Yeah, that.
And multiplier, 100 chips if I play it
Savings.
straight.
Savings is important. You're right,
But-
Ayuyu.
Oh man, this is
If you got a raid
This
and
is
run, by
hardest
the way,
decision.
I know it's been like 5 minutes or whatever, but if you got a raid and
I'm gonna
run,
wait for
go
chat
let yourself
to help
rest.
me decide.
Go let yourself rest.
I've
Get
only
you a
got-
snack. Get
This
you
is the
a
first
drink.
ante. I only have
Get you a
Chaos the Clown. Someone help me decide.
snack and drink. Yeah.
And Clown.
But if you did want to hang out, you're always welcome, of course. I think too hard on anything.
Taking the invisible Joker.
Rocky thinks too nothing. His brain empty. Good for him, honestly. Rocky and Stone think too hard because rocks.
God.
Oh yeah, we've also got a puzzle going. You can do exclamation mark puzzle to join in. Hi Saito, welcome in. Tomothon's going great. Unfortunately, there's an ad starting like right about now.
Yeah.
I got a ping on Discord.
A ping on Discord.
Oh, it's my friend.
Oh, rad.
I forgot I have those, in all honesty. I'm sorry.
This will
friends
probably
like
be our
you,
last
you
ad for
need-
the stream too. We'll probably wrap up sometime soonish.
What? No,
No.
we can't
Wait.
do that.
You,
I
no,
mean,
not
within
yet.
the next half hour, you know.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've been streaming for almost for 4.5 hours. You know.
And I worked for 8 hours today. You can stream for more.
Skill issue.
Gee,
Yeah.
you might have a point.
I always do.
You know what? We're at least gonna wait for this this puzzle to be done.
Okay.
I have 3 points. I'm a triangle.
Ooh, good point, and good point, and good point.
Thank you.
Wait, hang on. Does Brainstorm work with Invisible Joker? It doesn't.
You're such a great triangle. You make such a cute angle.
Oh, stop
Oh,
it. You're
girl.
just being obtuse about it.
Ah.
Get rid of this clown. I don't want this
Awesome.
clown.
Isosceles.
What are we talking
Where
about?
does this
I
go?
don't know. Something with triangles.
Triangle. Sapphicat. What a cool name. Welcome in. Thank you for following.
Oh, that is an awesome name.
Sapphicat.
Search on the
You're an
friggin'
awesome name.
landscape.
Was that Jack?
sorry. I said they're turning the frickin' cats gay.
Where?
For the frickin' frogs, gay. Frickin' frogs. Doobie doobie doo bop.
Invisible Joker was the correct move.
What? Isn't that the one that we
I
didn't
have two
pick?
brainstorms.
Yeah.
No, but I didn't pick it because I know you guys would screw me over because you're mean and evil.
No, we're not mean and evil. We're just a little dumb.
I'm not mean and evil, I'm just gay.
We're
Yeah,
just
so am
dumb
I. That's
and
not an
gay.
excuse.
Oh, who joined us?
Oh,
Oh, Ayuyu!
I forgot you just coming here.
hi, you.
Oh gosh.
Ayuyu!
Hi, fish. I missed you.
A fishy.
I missed me too.
How does it go? Something,
See you, Rory, I
something.
see
I
you.
miss my wife. Something, something. My aim is getting better.
It's something in that order. I don't
I'm
know.
still in
Man.
my kirby. You know, I'll leave it there.
Yep.
It's cute. Not me. I'm dumb and straight. Good for you, Snail.
We support the dumb straights.
I think that's a band.
Just,
They wrote Money for Nothing.
Dumb straights.
Yeah. We heard that song.
I know that JoJo character.
I know them.
No,
I
I'm
know that
referring to the
JoJo
Dire
character
Straits.
purposely. Yeah, Dire Straits. There's a
Yeah.
JoJo character named after him, right? Isn't he one of the vampires in part 2?
Dire Straits is a group. It's not one guy. But
No,
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 you're right.
from JoJo.
JoJo's.
From JoJo.
Yeah. Yeah.
His name is
JoJo.
Straitso or whatever.
Strizo, yeah.
Yeah.
Strizo's awesome.
Yeah.
All of the like weird part 1 characters are really cool.
Wasn't he part 2?
Remember
Like,
who that was.
Yeah, you're right.
Good.
Man, remember Santana?
Oh yeah, was he the one that had like blood that came out of like he was the one that had like really hot blood, right?
Yeah, I think.
You're really hot
no,
blood.
He was the
Ah,
first Pillar
shucks.
Man.
The first Pillar
I
Man?
don't know what that means.
Yeah, he's the one that
No,
the reason
the
why
one
we
that-
found out that we-
I never learned
What?
his actual name. I kept calling him Sultana the entire time.
Sultana.
Because it
Oh my
sounded
goodness.
like
Martha's here too, thank you, Ethereal. We're still missing an edge piece. Is it down here? No, this one's got feather on it. Oh, right here.
I love that we turned Tomo into a puzzle.
I gotta turn you up a little bit, Ayuyo.
Ah!
Wah!
I love that we turned Tomo into a puzzle.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
actually not Tomo. This is a different bird. This is art by Brush Feather. I found
Tomo
them.
enough.
I found them on
Tomo approximate.
approximate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Copy. I found them on Blue Sky. Before stream I looked up on Blue Sky cockatiel art, and
Let's go.
I found some good cockatiel art. I looked for the ones that would make good puzzles.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I
You
love
are
Blue Sky.
So cool.
Me? I'm
The
cool.
Blue Sky.
You're really cool.
It's true.
See?
Me? I'm cool?
Cool.
I think
Round.
you're cool, actually.
You're the coolest cat.
That's also true.
Wow. Can we all be cool?
Whoa, wait. I was gonna say, is everyone here
Only-
cool?
Only a few of us can. I can't. but-
I think you're cool.
mean,
No,
try.
Stone, you're cool.
You're cooler than you give yourself
Really?
credit for.
You're cool.
Shit.
And that's a fact.
How do I process this? I've never-
No, I
What
found
do
a card
do?
I haven't discovered. What the hell does black hole do?
It might
Is that
destroy
what you
everything.
play? You play loads of different kinds
I'm
of
using
hands.
the black hole. All hands +1. All right.
What? That doesn't sound like what a black hole is supposed to do.
Yeah,
Taking
I think
it.
that's card lying.
No. No, yeah, everything's level 2 now. And then I
Huh.
get to do the arm. Oh boy.
Whoa.
Let's see.
Snail's warmer than average. To be honest, same.
Warmer than the
That's so
average
cool.
snail?
Because it's November in England.
Ah.
It's quite cold.
It's also November here.
Yeah. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure days are a consistent thing.
I mean,
Yeah, but it's not always cold in November like other places in the world, you know?
No, yeah, it's like
True.
40 degrees here.
it's chilly here. Isn't it kind of always
God, I
chilly
forgot what
in
number
England?
Yeah.
I forgot what number comes after 9.
What the heck come after 6?
I don't remember. God.
It's Temmie.
What is that?
7, 8, 9, Tem. Well, was that a
Cute.
sneeze?
Yeah.
Alright.
That's cute.
Wheel of Fortune, give me something good. Oh my, wow, it actually paid off.
Wheel of Fortnite.
Wheel of Fortune never worked for me. It's just like, nope,
No, it worked.
nope.
I got
Nope.
Polychrome hanging
Nope.
chat. I'm not complaining.
You
Why
know,
do I
Stone
still
would,
have the idol? I hate this card.
would you be able to screen share your Balatro game, Stone? Because then I can show off to
Yeah,
the stream
sure.
what you're doing. And they don't get to just hear
Yeah.
the... they get to hear more than
Oh, it's
just the
funnier
little
this
notes. Oh, I
can
hope you
just
feel better
avoid
soon, though,
my
Snail.
Screaming. Whoa, sorry.
You sound like when you spilled macaroni.
Alright, playing the ball throw.
That's very specific.
There's a clip
Oh,
for
you don't
it.
want to know. You don't want to know.
I do want to know.
No, you don't.
I want to know.
Kind of want to know.
Tell me. I want to know. I want to know.
No,
Tell
you
me.
Don't tell them. Cheesecake, they're bullying me.
Mm,
It's okay. You don't have to tell me.
yeah.
They're
She'll
so
just
mean
have to
me.
find the clip.
Yeah. I think it might be on your, like on your Twitch clips.
Yeah, it is. It's in there somewhere.
Oh, my
Look up
goodness.
the macaroni incident, and you'll find it. We were just chilling, trying to play Kirby, and then the macaroni happened.
It always happens.
Let's
It always
see.
happens.
It's vengeful. Macaroni.
God damn it.
Oh, okay. That's
Is it this one?
You guys see my ball throw?
I shall in a second. I'm currently doing something.
Okay.
I can do it.
Yeah.
Bararo. What do you mean it's not
This
picking up?
game is evil, and it makes you evil.
I fucking. Oops, sorry.
Oh, you
Hey.
can swear. It's fine.
Thank you.
Whoa!
OBS
Space
has
Joker actually
been
worked.
OBS has been so freaky lately. Why is OBS being freaky specifically today when I have an event? I had to like. Yeah, it must be. I had to. Oh wait, is it just on a different layer? Could that be it? Wait, no, it wouldn't be. Oh, it would be actually. There we go. There we go. There's Balatro. There's Stone's little Balatro game.
What?
There we
God.
go. We
You're
get to
putting it
have-
on stream. Oh no!
We get to have that in the background. Up in the corner.
The Wheel of Fortune. Okay.
I don't know
The
if that's
Wheel of
even
Fortune
like
didn't pay off.
comprehensible at that size.
No, it might not be.
It was just on the wrong layer, but I had to like earlier when I was trying to set up stream avatars wasn't even picking up in OBS. It was so odd, so interesting, and now I can't use my
Yeah,
my
you can't use your fingers.
I can't use my hotkey, my numpad hotkeys to like I use this to pull up the Tomo window. I hit 7. I hit 4 to pull down the starting soon screen. 5 for the BRB screen. 6 for the wrapping up screen.
Why is my parrot level 5?
My parrot's higher level than yours. Tomo.
I think it was that black hole.
Tomo's level 9. You
What?
think it was the black
No.
hole?
Yeah, the black hole gave my pair 5 levels or something.
Pear?
Oh man.
I thought you said parrot.
Like the playing card. Oh, no pair. I'm playing a card game. Silly.
There's a card called pear?
a pair, like the
It's
like
an ant.
same two of the same value.
Oh, I don't know anything about
Like a
poker.
pair
There's a reason I don't play
anything about
Balatro.
Yeah, you'd get addicted to this game.
I don't know. I'm not interested in like I don't care about like poker or anything. I know it's not. Oh my god, another raid!
It's not. No, it's
Oh
not.
my god.
I bet
people
we
do
keep
know?
getting a bunch of raids. I love it.
I have too many friends.
Thank you, Roy. We get to bust it down. You guys get to see me bust it down.
Take it,
Ready,
cheesecake.
ready?
Yeah. This is my raid dance, I guess.
I need a dance
Your rain
reactive. I want to join in, but I don't have a
These-
dancing reactive. I need to set that up.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. These are the mwah raiders coming in to give kisses. Oh, you're so sweet. I gotta book it, but I love and adore you. Everybody hit the little heart at top of chat to give Pastel a big thank you for raiding in. She's so cool. She's so cool and sweet, and she's great at art, and she's my friend. So hit the little heart. Do it.
Hi, Pepel, I miss you already.
Bye. Have a good raid and run. Have a
I
good
miss
book
Pepel.
it. I miss her. Hi Raiders, I'm Cheesecake. I use they, them, or am, air pronouns. I like my bird. I could go through all the things that I do on stream, like art and games. But today's about my bird. Today's about my bird and my
Bird.
friends that I'm hanging out with, and yeah. We're doing a Tomothon Donothon. I'm raising money to recoup
That's awesome.
my vet bills because he ate paint. He ate paint, so I had a very expensive and stressful weekend making him better. And he's all good now, but it was kind of a big hit for me. He just like me
you
for
nursed him
real.
back to your health yourself.
Was that?
You said I'm making him better. Like you nursed him back yourself.
I kind of did. They gave me the medicine, and I had to wrap him up in a Tomo burrito, which he hated. He hates
Aw.
that. He hates the Tomo burrito. And I had to like force feed medicine, antibiotics and probiotics in his mouth. I don't know whether we want the biotics or not, but I also had to mix up like food stuff and syringe that in his mouth too, and that was like the hardest. That was difficult because he wasn't eating by himself. He had no appetite, so I had to make him eat. But you know, he's all good now, and I have a ton of this food left over that I don't know what to do with, but it's
Eat it
fine.
yourself.
Eat it myself.
That's what I would do.
It's not very
Yeah.
appetizing. If you could smell it.
I want you to know, Cheesecake. I want you to know, I just got
Uh-huh.
Discord Nitro just for you.
You got Discord Nitro just for me? Why's that? What are you gonna do with it?
Let's go.
Check DMs.
Check DMs? What are you
am I doing?
playing now, Stone? What are you doing?
I don't know. iPad baby.
iPad.
I don't know what
What?
this game is.
Oh,
My friend
Wait,
told me
okay,
to
wait,
download
wait.
it. I don't know what this is.
because we don't know what this is. I'm going to take it off of the stream. I hope that's okay
you're
with
right.
you.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
It
I need
looks
to play
like
that more in my free time.
Sweet Bro and
It
Hella
looks like
Jeff
something I
something.
make. It does. Oh my god! Wait, can I send you the drawing I made?
First I have to look at this
Draw-
drawing that Damsel made because whoa.
Oh yeah. Wait.
Damsel made you say?
Yeah.
I
Look
might
at
have done
this.
something.
is so cute.
I finally
This is-
finished your birthday art.
Aww.
Yay! Wow, it's like I get
Let's go.
another birthday, a new birthday.
Happy birthday!
And you're free to throw it in my Discord, right? You're free to throw it in my Discord. We're not like officially doing an art share right now. Isn't it so cute? I love that you went for like, it's like, I mean, I was kind of snooping on your stream when you were talking about it a little bit, but it's like an upgraded version, a fancier version of my normal outfit.
Trying
Yeah!
to fit in.
That's
Is
fine.
it working?
Well, that's so cute, Ayuyu.
Hello,
Wait! The
you!
little maid fishy.
That's so
A
cute.
mermaid, as it were.
Oh, you're right. You're right. A mermaid.
And
Thank
then I
you
also
so
sent
much
you
for
a little
this.
video to go with it.
Yeah, a little video. Huh.
It was fun.
Oh, it's the time lapse. Because I would have to like download it and pull up a media player and all that in order to show it off on stream.
Oh, you're all good.
I don't feel like doing that, but you can throw it in my Discord.
Okay. Yeah,
So
but
that
no,
if
you're
people
all good.
want to see it, they can hop in the Discord, go to the art sharing channel, and see it
We can do
there. But yeah, this is so stinking cute.
You're
This is-
stinking cute.
So stinking cute. Thank you.
You.
No,
No,
you.
you.
No, you.
No, you.
No,
Oh my god,
this.
no, you.
OMG, no, you. OMG. This is going right in the fan art folder. I hope you understand. It's going right in the fan art reel. Not a web P. Not web P.
Not wimpy.
Not web P. I'm gonna save it from Discord so we don't get that. There we go. Yay! Thank you, damsel. That's so sweet.
I love you. Happy birthday.
Aw, thank you.
Don't be on the floor. Use the tunnel
Thank you,
door.
Jack.
La 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 la.
Art slideshow, fan art.
Talk about piano.
I wonder if there's gonna already be a cheesecake.png in here. No, you're actually the only cheesecake.png in that folder. That's crazy.
Really? Hey,
Omelet made a silly Tomo art. Yes, this is exactly what it is. A silly Tomo burrito. A silly angry little Tomo
Look,
burrito.
oh, so cute.
I will say if it is fan art, I'll show it off on screen like on stream like anytime. Fan art or relevant art. Can I also put this, Roy, in my fan art reel?
Rage.
Rage. He's just an angry little guy. Just a mad little bird.
Mad little baby.
Mad little bird. Yes, epic.
Why didn't you look at that? Isn't that
I've made 2
interesting?
scribbly drawings for you. I'm trying to find the other one. I don't remember. It's fine. It'll come up eventually. Ooh, 100 till Court Noble, but I'm buying it in December. Okay, sweet. Chug?
Oh, good job, Rocky.
Oh,
Or I
chugging
keep
the
calling you
milk.
Rocky again.
You're right. Chugging the chocolate milk. Yeah, fall is nearly over. Yeah, once we hit December, we'll have
I know. I keep making a mistake.
Huh?
I keep calling Anne Rocky.
Oh
Actually.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Rocky is the silly little son.
Jeez.
Angry little Tomo burrito. Where are ya? Where is it? Oh, I can... I literally just had it. Where is it?
Have you tried?
Where'd you go? Copy image. There we go. Yay! BFDI friends, yes. Anna's big on BFDI. On December 1st, I'm gonna see BFDI A23 in theater, and yes, he is my silly little son. Yeah! Hyperfixation activated. It's always exciting when I see you, like, when I see you, make another BFDI friend. It's Battle for Dream Island. It's a object show on YouTube.
Ah,
Yeah. Whoa.
oh,
See. Oh, we've got the border done. You're proud? What? What do you mean? What do you mean I know that? I feel like it's like step one in understanding you. Rocky. Oh my god. Step one in understanding you, Anne, is knowing what BFDI is. Oh my god, I literally just did it. Did my birthday art ever make it into the fan art reel? It should have. I did get a ton, which I'm very, very grateful for. So if I did miss anything, woof. Let's see. Oh my god. Wait. Can you send it again? Did my art fight piece make it in? Probably. I'm pretty sure I got everything from art fight.
Uh-oh.
Who made me Autumn Noble?
Oh,
What?
stone left.
Oh, there they go. There they go. That's fine. Fairly well, Stony Oni Oni.
I miss stone.
I miss Stone.
hi, so.
Oh! Presmop! You were the one who did the animation! Sweet! Maybe you're Autumn Noble from last year, Anne. I don't know. Wait, but then you would have known me before you would have been watching my stream before I was, like a VTuber instead of just a PNG tuber. I don't know, Presmop, I don't know how I didn't even realize that was you. I probably knew at one point. I subbed the minute I got your Twitch link. I got a notification I got Autumn Noble? What are you talking about? That's supposed to be a redeem. What do you mean? Let me check the redeem queue. Reward queue. Because you would have to redeem it. Nope, I'm not seeing it. Yeah, the goal! And you helped so much with that, Techno. Thank you. Maybe, you reached the amount that you needed to get it? To get the redeem? And it sent you a little pop-up? Whoa! No, Presmo! Or Presmop!
Uh-oh.
Timed out for sending my own Twitch channel link.
That's funny.
Looking forward to getting started on the arting. Woohoo! That's so exciting. It's so exciting. Had to try it. I'm so sorry, but welcome back. Presmop. It's Presmop. I've learned today that it's Presmop with the P at the end. Oh, yeah, there's my Ko-fi link. I've literally been calling him Presmo this whole time. I'm just thinking of Prismo from Adventure Time. I do like Adventure Time.
I thought the name was Bimo.
Bimo? Prismo is a different guy. He's like the pink guy that lives on the wall.
With the pickles.
I don't remember.
Yeah, with the pickles.
I don't remember that.
I think that's like a later season.
He's kind of a later character.
Maybe that's why. I kind of only watched like the first 2 or 3 seasons.
Subscribers get link. Nah, certain whitelisted people get link permissions. Prismo's Kumail Nanjiani. Who is that? Nanjiani. Ah, maybe you are. It's just like, I do it for certain people that I like have been around long enough. Just so that new people don't come in and do it. Birthday art, alright.
Let's see.
Oh, the actor voicing Prismo? Okay. Yeah! Okay. Yeah, I don't remember whether this got in, but I do remember this. I do remember this, of course.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was really cute.
It's so cute. And I'll make sure this gets into...
Okay. I will be right back.
Yep. go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's super nice art. Dude, Omelette does all this with highlighter and markers. Isn't that insane? I love Omelette's art. We have an ad starting shortly. And Pen, yeah. We have an ad starting shortly. Thank you guys for sticking around through the ad. I'll see you on the other side. This should be our last ad for the stream. Probably.
Yippee!
I can't snooze them out anymore, though. I used them all.
Nah,
I used all my snoozes.
you snoozed them all.
Yeah, I snoozed them all. Physical tools are powerful weapons. Absolutely, absolutely. I did use a pencil to sketch this one, though. Gotta make sure friend art is perfect. Ah, you're so sweet, Omelette. This is such a nice... It was such a wonderful gift. Such a wonderful gift. Oh, yeah. You know what? I'll say it before we, or after we get back from ads. Okay, let me check. Yeah, and you're whitelisted. I used to have a redeem to whitelist, but it was only really for art shares. Oh, you have a show to host! A little, Roblox, Orca show, right? I haven't been watching Fiona and Cake. I'd like to, though. I thought I was waiting to watch with my family, and then I realized my brother wanted to, catch up in, like, the actual show first, and we're in, like, season 2 or something.
Yeah.
So I'm probably gonna, well, that's where that, okay. I'm probably gonna, this would be down here, probably. Watch it with my fiance. Watch the new season. You're always invited to it? I don't have Roblox. I've never touched the game. Let's see. Does that go up here? Yeah, it kind of seems like this would be... Yeah. Somewhere down here. You just make a random account? That's fair. What a beautiful bird. What a beautiful beautiful birdie bird. Not more beautiful than Tomo, though.
No one's more beautiful than Tomo.
There he is, my little guy. Isn't he cute? That's a Transformers reference. Oh, right there? No, I literally tried that. Okay. Burb. I bet you if this artist illustrated a Tomo, it would be glorious, magnificent. More Japanese Pokemon name facts. Yeah. No booty facts, please. Although I do have a Pokemon booty fact. Funny enough.
Huh.
The there is with Gen 4 they introduced gender differences. And they gave Torchic a little dot. A little black dot under its tail for I don't remember whether it was the male or female one, but yeah. That's still on Torchics to this day. I think it was male, yeah.
And that's a fact.
And that's
Maybe.
and that's a fact, Jack. That is a Pokemon booty fact. Well, bless you, Ayuyo.
Thank you,
Fish.
thank you.
Fish sneeze. Thought about getting Roblox to play and stream Dress to Impress. Oh, I think I've heard of that one. Look at the little guys on the left. Oh, yeah. We've got stream avatars, escapees. Even Clover, what the heck? Whoops. Oh, here we go. I just have to resize the... Whoa. The music paused for a second just for you to sneeze again and then came back. It's like, guys, wait. Ayuya's gonna sneeze, and then the whole orchestra like paused for a sec. Okay, she's done.
That's brilliant.
You guys thought Cosmog had one? Oh, interesting. Yeah, it has something to do with like determining the sex of chicks in real life. Little chicky chickens.
Hey, chicken,
Vulpix.
what's your pronouns?
Yeah, what's your pronouns? Vulpix is called Rokon, which references the fact it has 6 tails. So I think it should be called 6 tails in English. The localizers were slacking on that one. Or they got extra creative. Well, very nice. Does anybody want to help with this puzzle? We got one person in here who's not working on it, but that's okay. Yay! Welcome back. Yay! Jackie's doing it too.
Let's go.
Music. What? It ended, but it decided not to loop anymore. I love this playlist, actually. Yeah, you guys can do ! song or music or now playing in chat. It all does the same thing to get the music link. It's great. I think that's this. It's the male Torchic. Rad! I love Pikmin. Can I music recommend? We are doing like a playlist. Like it's gonna go all the way through. I try to have like a very specific vibe to the music I play on my stream. But I do have a music suggestions channel in my Discord. Pikmin! Pikmin! I have a music suggestions channel in my Discord, so if I think it fits the vibe, then I'll add it to the playlist. Like, to the playlist of my normal, like, my usual stream playlist. Yeah.
Ooh, big EP.
Oh, big EP. Yeah, that big EP is hitting. We are over five hours in. Granted, Stone worked an 8-hour shift. Stone worked an 8-hour shift, so I should be fine to stream for 8 hours. I do stream for 8 hours now and then. A very non-chill Vocaloid track? Dude, I love Vocaloid. What is it? Which track? I also have a Vocaloid server. Thank you for being nice. Oh my god, Jackie! Thank you for being nice. You nice little creature. If you guys like Vocaloid, I'm sending a link, an invite link to my Vocaloid server, my Vocaloid Discord server. And we can talk about Vocaloid in there. It's different from my normal Discord server. Me and Rocky gotta return to the void. I'll be at a ton of your streams next week due to Thanksgiving break. Rad! I won't be streaming Friday, because that's when Thanksgiving with my family will be. And I also won't be streaming Thursday, because that's when Thanksgiving with my fellas family will be. So I'll probably be live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, or Monday, Tuesday, Saturday. We'll see how it goes. Of course, I make my schedules, or I send out my schedules on, what do you call them? Sundays. I'm gonna be at most of them. Woohoo! Bye bye. Bye bye, Ann. Oh, we've got a hydrate redeem. Thank you. Have a sippy. Do you have a hydrate redeem on your stream?
I do. It's called fresh water because I update the filter.
Ah, I see.
Because, you know, fish.
Of course, of course. It's like, how does a fishy do that?
I am back.
And welcome back, damsel.
Lucky back.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
Lucky back.
Bless you. I think we could perhaps possibly nominate Ayurisu for cutest little fishy VTuber award ever. And I think she would win.
I
No
would
offense.
second that.
I do not know very many little fishy VTubers.
There's probably a bunch. Oh, Ghosts Play to the Audience. I don't know that one actually, Presmop. I do know some Pinocchio P, but I'm not huge on his music. I like a bunch of it. I like some of his older stuff. And some of his new-ish stuff. There we go, right there. Where does this piece go? What are you? It's probably at the bottom here somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, Buzzbot didn't even change anything. Not this time. Not this time. What's my favorite Pinocchio P song? I think it's probably, is it called Love for Love by Love of Love? I think that's it. I think that's how it goes. Booty booty. Yeah, Buzzbot likes Pinocchio P too. Probably up here.
Alright, well, I'm gonna head out. I have to eat dinner and get ready for stream.
Yeah, by all means.
Alright. I'll be lurking, but I hope you guys have a good rest of stream.
Of course. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Bye.
It was lovely to have
It's been a lot of
you.
fun. Yeah, I love you guys. Take care.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
I miss Damsel.
No. You're like, I miss my wife.
I miss my wife.
I miss her a lot.
I can't believe my
I'll be
wife just
back.
left me.
Took the little green guy in the divorce.
I miss my spouses. Oh no! 4 songs and suggestions. Let's go,
I miss my
Omelet.
I still think the plural of spouse should be spice.
Spice. The plural of spouse. I do like that. Oh, right there, right there, right there. No, no. What are you? What is this thing? It's probably a piece of bird. Some sort of bird piece. Oh, that's gonna be the head. Yeah! Part of that crest. Wait, no, that's not. I was so certain. Ooh, that goes over here, actually. Yeah! It's starting to come together. You want something even less chill? Matsuri da Hey Come On. Very non-chill song inspired by a very non-chill local festival. Is that also Pinocchio P? I need to see how the RTFD. Oh, real-time fandom Kingdom Hearts dub turned out. Right. I saw that Jamie Page released made the theme song for that one, which I think is rad. Jamie Page is a newer VTuber, Vocaloid producer who's made some real bangin' like English.
Bangers.
Yeah. English language Vocaloid bangers. Yeah, okay. You were so hyped for that one at the concert? That's so sick. I've never been to a Vocaloid concert. Kikuo is my favorite. But when there was a Kikuo concert, when Kikuo Land was coming nearby me, I only had like 2 weeks before it, and I was like, no way I can like save money for this. Next time Kikuo Land comes to town, I'm gonna do a fundraiser, so you guys can let me go. Another Donothon. Oh, you got to see one this year? Ooh, Animethon did their own Vocaloid concert this year with a live band. Oh, that sounds super fun. Did they have a hologram set up? I think that's so neat. They did? Oh my god, doing more than literally the the actual Vocaloid official concerts we're doing. They literally last year just brought out like a massive LED or like a massive screen for it instead of having the holograms. People were upset. They said I didn't come for Miku on a screen. I came for Miku in real life. Right there? Yeah! Okay, this here? This here? How does this fluff go? Oh, no, this is down here. Yeah, it's at the feet. Little birdie feet. Oh, no, this is over by the wing! Yeah! Did something happen to Tomo? Yeah, a couple weeks ago he got really sick. A couple weeks ago he was really sick. He had eaten paint. He had eaten wall paint. Also, hi David. He had eaten wall paint and he was really not feeling well. He was puking and you know, really tired and wasn't eating. I had a very stressful Saturday. Getting him to the vet. But he's doing so much better now after having to wrap him up in a Tomo burrito. 10 kids eating the paint off the walls, literally. He's just 9 years old. He's just 9 years old. He doesn't know better. Yeah, he's doing much better. That $400 vet bill was like kind of a huge hit for me though. So we've been raising money, but we made the goal, which is fantastic. So that's really nice. That's really nice. We do still, he's just a booty. No, Buzzbot. We are still doing art raffles. We have our friend, once we get to 500, which anything that's beyond 400 is gonna go to living expenses, savings, that kind of thing. Damsel has offered commission, free commission when we get to 500. So that's rad. We're at 477 right now. Woo! Yeah, dude, Techno, isn't Damsel so good? But yeah, we're probably gonna wrap up kind of soon. We got 10 minutes before the next ad. I can meet that 500 point. Maybe we won't wrap up soon then. Maybe we'll do the link. It's right here. Don't know. There we go. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we get one more raffle that we get to run tonight. If David does follow through on his promise. So nice. Everybody's been so nice today. I'm so blessed.
That's because you're a delight to be around, dear Cheese.
Ah, shucks. Hi, welcome back, Fang. Hi.
Hi, Fang.
Hi, Fang.
Hi. I just saw you say hi.
There we
to me
go.
as well.
Hi, you. Let's see. Oh, that's right here. Right? Here? There we go. Where is this? That is right there, right? Why does it not seem to fit? Like, I'm sure this will make a bunch more sense at some point. You guys are too nice! What are you doing? Smacking me with compliments?
Get complimented, nerd.
Ah! That's my video game pain noise when I get attacked with compliment magic. Let's see. That's gotta be down here. Yeah, okay, that's right there. Which makes that right there. Yeah. Ooh. Why do puzzles have to be so exciting? Oh, that's right there.
How dare they?
Yeah, how dare they? It's really starting to come together, though. Yeah, there it is! Right in time for me to go gremlin mode. That comes out to 500 exactly. 500 exactly. Which means that we get to run the raffle. Let me go ahead and bring this back to the smaller window over here. And we get to go back to our wheel of names. We get to go back to our wheel of names. So thank you so much, David. That's so cool of you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we get to raffle off a beautiful damsel commission. So anybody who, everybody gets one ticket. Everybody who enters gets one ticket, but anybody who has donated, which I can add your name. What color do you want for your name here on the left, David? If you would like to be there. Anybody who has donated, can get an extra ticket. Yippee! It's gonna be a weird commission if I win. I mean, hey, that's between you and Damsel. It doesn't need to be my business. Red, I guess? Okay, red. We can do green if you want to. We've got doubles. Nobody gets to claim and keep name colors. You can do green. Red's good? Okay. Red it shall be.
Sorry, FF0000 has been taken. Could I suggest FE0000?
Yeah, we'll just make it one slight shade off. Yay! Okay, rad. Alright, we are going to pull up this again. Don't do sheep. Do princess. Type princess in chat if you want to enter to win a free beautiful commission from Damsel. If you've already won tonight, dang it, I did it again. If you've already won tonight, then you don't get one. It's okay. Or you can send up a princess emoji or whatever. It's not rad, it's red. OMG, you're so right. Okay, so we got general techno. We got David twice. If I can type. Oh, we've also got techno twice.
Yeah, I'll put my head in.
Yeah,
But there has to be an old... no, I guess it doesn't matter.
What does? I guess it doesn't. I'm typing it.
Yeah.
Cygnus. Wait, Cygnus already won.
Oh,
Ooh, you're trying to sneak in. Did Presmop already won too? Already win? I don't remember. No, I don't think so. Okay. We get frog, 50 animation. We get cancel, snail. We get fang. We'll put yours in, Damsel, but if it lands on you, then we'll just roll again. You just get bragging rights. Damsel art. Who was it that wanted to be in? The other ones? We'll put. I think it was Leo. Oh my God, Archer. Seeing Emily and Damsel's style would be incredible. Home soon? Back home soon. Ayurisu. We get the blind Archer. We get... I don't think I have anything I'd ask for, but why not for fun? I said princess before you said that in my defense. That's fine. Yeah, sorry, Presmap. I forgot. I forgot.
Hey, Forgore.
Yeah. Back. Edit. Okay. Is anybody missing? I'm gonna go through and check again. Let's see. We got techno twice. We got David twice. We don't have Cygnus. We have Presmop twice. We have Frog. We have Damsel twice. We have Snail. That's gonna be like a whole chunk of the wheel that's probably gonna be a reroll. We have Fang. We have a Yu-Yu. We have Archer. Oh, hi, Isaac! Do you want free art? Do you want free damsel art, Isaac? Or a chance at it, at least? Give Bach twice. Kwanzaa Barbie? That'd be rad. I'm not missing, but I am lost. Oh yeah, Sound Ninja. Yeah. Free damsel art. Free damsel commission. It feels illegal, but sure I'll partake. It's because people have donated, so it's not illegal.
Unless your Cygnus trying to steal a double dip.
It's true. Don't put me in, I can't win. It's true. The Ikikle. Whenever I type icicle, I always think Ikikle.
Kikle.
Ikikle. My brain says it feels illegal. That just makes it more exciting, right?
It's okay. I'm in the same boat, Isaac. So, you know.
Okay.
If I'm allowed to get away with it, so are you. It's fine.
Last call. Chicle, like the Spanish word for gum. Oh my god. Iquicle. Isaac the Chicle. Okay. Yeah. We have an ad starting in about a minute. So this is last call for last calls, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
Yippee!
Who gets it?
Isaac the cheatmate.
Leo gets it! Oh, and David subscribed! Oh, that's so rad! That's so rad! Yay! Congrats to Leo isn't here. She had to leave earlier, but I didn't want to watch the ad. I'm sweet. You got out of it then. Thank you so much for the sub. I don't know why the notification didn't pop up, but that's okay. Yeah, so I'll be in touch with Leo. I'll be in touch with Damsel, getting them working together. But that's so exciting. Wait, Leo didn't already win one, right? There was another person who was, yes? Leo already won one? Or... Wait.
Ooh, we got more cheaters.
No, because I was entering Leo on her behalf. Because she said that she wanted to... Okay, no, we're good. I think.
So you were the cheater all along.
I'm not cheating, I'm just... Is it cheating if it's not intentional?
I mean, it can be, depending on what it is.
I guess so. Oh my god. So for the subathon, I was... If Leo won, it was before I joined. Okay. For the subathon, I kept like a note of what exactly everybody won. Or what exactly everybody got for like when they donated and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't do that this time. I figured this will be simple enough. I should be able to manage it.
The ADHD is lying to you.
It's true. It's true. The ADHD took over. But yeah, I appreciate you all participating. Woohoo!
Yippee!
What?
Yippee!
Yippee! Now if we, for some reason, if for any weird reason we make it to another 100, integer. The ADHD, yep. If for some reason we make it to another 100 integer before the like 20 minutes that we have left in stream, I'm gonna raffle off merch, what do you call it? $15 off merch gift card.
Merch coupon?
Yeah,
Oh,
merch
gift
coupon. I mean, gift card coupon is kind of similar, right?
I like cousins.
They're cousins. Merch and dice. Merch and dice. Dude, I wish I could sell Crystal Cheesecake branded dice. I would put my little wings logo on the 20.
Oh.
That'd be so epic, actually. I'm sure I could get those custom made, actually. Mupun. Okay, how is this supposed to work? Can I just stick that? Yeah, right there. Okay, rad. One day I plan on making dolls. Ooh, I've started making a little doll before. That's true, we do have a friend with a kit to make dice. You know what I'm talking about though, with the like how the 20s will have like a stamp on them, like a stamp of some kind of logo.
Exactly.
Like you can get those, customizable and ordered, theoretically. Oh, that's down here somewhere, I think.
Oh man, this purple section's getting rough.
Yeah, we're now in the we're just about in the everything is a little bit homogeneous. But I think it's varied enough, you know. Oh, 3D print it and put it on the top. Ooh. That's pretty nifty. I wonder what color I would make them. Maybe I would try to make them like my wings. We could get wait. We could make them like my wings, where they're like yellow with sparkles in them, and then I could get little heart glitters, little pink heart glitters, and put them in there. That would be so cute, actually. There's someone in my community you'd like regarding dolls. They recently made a Melanoa outfit for a doll. Wait, that's sick. What kind of doll? Like a Monster High or a BJD? Wouldn't that be such cute dice? Maybe I should try to get Fourth Wall to have a template for custom dice. Card decks often have special designs on the Ace of Spades. Oh, really? Yeah, now that you think of it, that's true. Oh, a Barbie? Rad. That's pretty sick.
Buzz, no.
A booty? Cygnus, I feel like Buzzbot is after you today.
Bullying you specifically.
Yeah. Is that over here? Yeah. I feel like that's right there. This actually comes from the time where there was a tax imposed on card decks. Oh, that's really interesting. I guess there would be a tax code, like, I guess I'm not surprised that there was a time, such a time, where there was taxes imposed on card decks. They're probably trying to, like, cut down on gambling, right? Ooh. Yeah, we'll go for another 10 minutes, then we'll start wrapping it up. Before that next ad hits. We're gonna be creeping up on 6 hours. That's incredible. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. I'm getting cheesy hungries.
Ooh.
What am I gonna eat? Oh. It's nice to think that next time I go grocery shopping, I'll be able to get more stuff because I have more money now.
I have a
That's
great idea
nice.
for what you could eat.
Yeah, what's up?
Paint chips.
Paint chips. Oh boy.
Paint chips.
I mean, if I've learned anything from Tomo, that sounds like a delicious treat. If I didn't know any better, that sounds like breakfast to me. Or lunch or dinner. Or a little snack. Oh yay, paint! That's literally Tomo. Later the tax was abolished, but the tradition persisted. So why did, oh, the special design was printed by the tax office to prove that the tax was paid. Oh, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. It's always fun to learn about little historical things like that. That's gotta be... There's no pieces hiding anywhere, is there?
I ate the pieces.
No!
We ran out of paint chips.
Jack, those had paint on them! Oh no, no, I gotta
That's what
call
you
up
ate 'em.
I gotta call up emergency vets and see if they're taking little green creatures. We're an exotic vet, not an alien vet. We're not a goblin vet.
Alright, I'm probably gonna head off for now.
Okay!
Yeah, have good,
Alright, you have a good
have
one.
good weekend.
Thank you, you too!
Bye.
Bye-bye! I miss my fish.
No.
I wish upon a fish. Oh, I miss me too. Yeah, gobbling up those paint chips. I really want to buy some playing card decks. There's, you know what? Wait, I have that text still up. There. Germa985 collects card decks. I just learned about this recently. He was talking about it. It is apparently like easy and interesting and fun because he lives in Vegas. A lot of neat card decks that are to be found in Vegas, I guess. That's so Germa of him. It is. There's some cool black 2 and white 2 decks that only cost $15 or $20, and they just released a Homestar Runner deck. Wait, that's so interesting. A new Homestar Runner playing card deck. That's fun. Tomo, what's up with you? You decided to attack my feet, the stinker. A little stinker. Don't you know we're raising money for your paint chip eating habit? Doesn't he know?
He demands more paint chips.
So what I ended up doing so that he doesn't eat any more paint chips is I bought like paper size sheets of like plastic, like craft plastic, and I've just like lined them up against the wall and I have them propped up. I have like an old lunchbox or something propped up to keep them standing up. So now he can't eat them anymore where they were like exposed. Oh my god, yeah, Fang. Dracula was great. His Halloween costume, Germa dressed up as Dracula for a stream. Hi, Mode! I'm seeing an illegal unit of cuteness named Chat, and a cheese who's also precious. Ah, thank you, Mo. Thank you. 52 factorial is a very big number. Where does that come from? I'm assuming like the 52 cards in a deck. I'm normal, frothing at the mouth. No, Fang! I'm like holding her back. No, we can't get parasocial. I know. Don't let Tomo know that you fundraised to help his bills. He'll learn he can get away with eating paint chips. Ugh. I am having a lovely Friday. It's been super fun. Hanging out with Jack and other lovely peeps. Doing puzzles together. Just having a nice time. The way oh my god, another raid! No!
Oh, Brad raid!
Hi, Brad! I don't mean to say no, I really appreciate it. But we're wrapping up like in the next 10 minutes. Braid! Wow. Everybody hit the little... Stop biting at my feet, stinker. My ungrateful bird is who we're raising money for today. Everybody hit the little heart at top of chat to give Brad a big thank you for raiding in today. He is a rad skeleton. He is bad at video games. And he's bald, I think?
Most importantly, he is Brad to the bone.
Yeah, Let's see, we've got Brad, of course, come in. We've got Fig Nut Pepper, what a cute name. We've got Callie Dream, hi Callie. No, I'm not. Okay. But we are gonna have to like kind of raid train it because I've been streaming for almost 6 hours now. I gotta eat, and Tomo's like, I'm going to bed. I gotta go to bed. Bald, I think. I'm sorry. I am not bald. Oh yeah, then where's all that skin that your hair is rooted into? Everybody has their hair like rooted with a needle into their head, right? That's how it works, or is that just dolls? Jack Longconder, welcome in. Techno says, me looking at these animals eating dumb things and risking their own health. Also me, did the one chip challenge and suffered for it. I have ADHD. I have chewing instincts. I almost don't blame him. But I typically don't swallow paint. Hi, I'm Cheesecake. I use they, them, or am pronouns. I like to do character art. I like to do pixel art. I like indie games, retro games, and Nintendo games. I like to hang out with my friends. I like to hang out with you guys, because you and chat are my friends too. I like meeting new people. We like enjoying beautiful things in the world. Swallow pain, not paint. Today we've been doing a Tomothon Donothon. We're raising money because my bird ate the paint from the wall. And he got very sick, and I had to take him to the vet, and it was a whole situation. And the vet bill kind of hit me hard. So he's all better now, which is great. And he's even complaining at me. He has enough energy to be a little mischievous little guy again. And cockatiels, I wouldn't have it any other way, of course. But we already surpassed the goal. We got to, we've been raffling off commissions, with every $100 mark that we get to. And we already raffled off all the commissions, so if for some reason we get to another $100 mark, if we get to 600, we're at exactly 500 right now, then we'll raffle off $15 coupon for my merch store. Yippee! So yeah, that's what we've got going on today. Also, the highest donator, which right now is Ethereal Slate with 175, gets a handwritten note with a drawing of Tomo mailed to their house. Raffle off one Tomo kiss. You'd have to be careful with that because he might bite you. If he stops eating paint after this, he's ahead of me, who did multiple wing challenges. One chip challenges, is that what it is? Before going, this is a horrible idea to keep doing these. Yeah, no, I don't mind spicy food, but I don't know about a challenge. I don't really like food challenges.
Yeah.
I don't like unpleasant experiences generally. Worst I can do is warheads.
Controversial take. I don't like
Yeah.
unpleasant experiences.
I mean, hey, I don't know why my tracking died there, but yeah, genuinely. Something happened downstairs. I think a dog knocked over the baby gate or whatever. I learned after the first time not to do the one chip challenge again. Oh, hot wing challenges, though, it took a few. You just watched while the rest of us did it? Oh yeah, the chip challenge. Why does my tracking keep dying? Hello? That's wild. But yeah. It's been absolutely lovely. The one chip is just gross, not that hot. They're all super stale and taste like booty. I would only do it if my days were numbered. Yeah, I only want spicy that I'll actually enjoy. You're right though, David, I was a coward. I was a coward while everybody else did it. Yeah, we're probably gonna we have an ad coming in about 10 minutes. We probably should wrap up. It has been super fun. Yeah, I wasn't the only one. We should wrap up. But it has been super duper fun. We've had this puzzle going. I'm gonna leave it. Keep it going if anybody wants to hop in on that puzzle and finish it up. There's the link. The art is by fantastic artist that I learned existed today, Brush Feather. Makes a lot of beautiful bird art. Whoop. That was X's channel. But yeah. We're gonna call it here. I do appreciate the raid, but I'm getting hungry. I'm getting tired. I can only do so much.
So hungry, so eepy.
So hungry, so eepy. This has also been... That's a fact, Jack.
Hi.
Yeah, that's Oswald. That's Jack.
It's been a delight. Thank you for letting me on.
One man with two names. Yeah, of course. You know, we probably should free Pixie XE. We should raid Pixie XE. She is having, this whole, week she's been doing Pixels for Palestine. She's been doing this huge, charity streams situation. Hi, getting hungry, getting tired. Ugh. Have you ever considered Tomo Rito character? Oh, that would be sick. That would be sick. Eating and sleeping is overrated. Let's all stay here for the bird. Let's see. Yeah. Pix has been doing this amazing charity event this whole week. We've already rated her a couple times. We're gonna keep doing that because I think it's rad what she's doing. Yeah. Tomorrow, I said that I would be doing a part 2 for the Tomothon Donothon. I might as well still do it. I don't know, we hit the goal though. I wasn't expecting us to hit the goal so fast. We'll certainly do something tomorrow, whether it's Tomothon Donothon or not. And we'll certainly keep the little Tomo on the board. Retarget the Donathon for another cause? Yeah, that's right, we could do that. All unattended bird children will be given paint chips and taught to swear. No! Okay.
Cheesecake ate paint chips. Donathon.
Guys, I ended up in the hospital. Let's get our raid call going. Keep the factory open? Maybe. I mean, we're wrapping up stream. What do you mean? We're not going to use that as our raid call. I'm just copying these sparklies. We're gonna do Defenders of... Oh, for Tomothon Part 2? Yeah, for sure. If we do Tomothon Part 2, we absolutely will. Absolutely will. Defenders of the paint-eating bird are raiding in. Prepare yourselves. This is gonna be so funny without context. There we go. There's that sparkly one. If you are not subscribed, let's get this fancy one. If you are subscribed, raid calls are super duper important. When we raid out to another channel, Twitch only counts us as no buzzbot. Twitch only counts us as viewers on their channel if we send a message in their chat. So raid calls are super duper important, because not only is it gonna help out our friend Pix a lot with their analytics, it's also super cool and exciting to get a bunch of fun messages with a raid, right? yeah, that about wraps it up. Do you have any last words, Jack?
Probably
not a
don't
threat.
eat paint chips. Yeah. Probably don't eat paint chips.
Yeah, don't eat paint
no matter
chips.
how tantalizingly crunchy they look.
Yeah, don't let your bird eat paint chips either, because you're gonna have a rough weekend.
Hey kids, I like sit on a chair backwards. Hey kids, I know it's hip to eat paint chips, but you know what's hipper? Staying healthy.
Yeah! At the food triangle, paint chips should be not on it. We're gonna raid Pix when we go there. Make sure to send in the raid call, throw her a follow, and be super cool and nice. And if you have any extra to donate after today, consider donating to PCRF because they're doing good things. They're doing good things for kids in Palestine, so... Yeah, super important stuff. I'm gonna be live again tomorrow at 3 p.m. Fairy EST. We're probably doing more Tomothon. But yeah. Thank you guys so much for being here. Do you know my sign off, Jack?
Remember to love yourselves, love each other, and love the world.
Yeah, you got it. Yippee!
Stand
Thank
cheese.
you guys. Stand cheese. I'm already
cheesecake.
standing. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye.